Hi, welcome back, everyone. This is your friend Greedy Fanfics, bringing you another fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the first part of What If Deku Fell into Darkness. All credit for this story goes to the original authors, so please support them by checking out the link in the description for more details. Don't forget to give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more content like this. Now, let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was trying to claw the slime off of Kaken's face, but her efforts seemed in vain. The monster was laughing, his body mostly liquid, but solid enough to hold Kaken despite his explosions. None of the heroes were helping, they were all going to watch Kaken die. How could they let this happen? The pro-hero backdraft's yell was all the warning Izuku had before he doused her liberally, and then there was an absolute firestorm around her. "Get down," an angry voice yelled, grabbing the back of her collar and throwing her down onto the ground. Izuku looked up to see 괡ᴜ standing over her, grabbing Kaken's arm, pulling him out of the slime monster and burning any of the goop that tried to stick. He was going to incinerate Kaken if he wouldn't. Kaken's explosion quirk would give him some resistance to high heats, wouldn't it? Did 괡ᴜ know that? He must, to use his quirk so recklessly. But was it reckless? There was backdraft here, after all, soaking all of the surrounding buildings, so he probably knew nothing would burn that badly. And either way, the fight was about over now. Kaken was covered in soot and ash, but not in slime anymore. Windows along the alleyway had been blown out from the heat. 괡ᴜ had let go of Kaken to finish corralling the slime monster, and he'd ended up near her. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked Kaken. He wiped his face off and glared at her. "Fuck off, Deku," he spat, standing up and stalking away. He was stopped by one of the other heroes. Izuku could hear them congratulating him for his bravery, and Kaken visibly bristled. "Boy! Why did you run in?" Izuku looked up to see 괡ᴜ staring down at her, his eyes burning as much as the flames around him. Reflexively she tugged at her short hair. It did make her look more like a boy. She was looking forward to it growing out again. "I wanted to help," Izuku drifted off, unable to formulate a full answer. "And what is your quirk?" 괡ᴜ asked. I don't have one," she said, barely above a whisper. "Useless. Stay out of the way, next time." 괜ᴜ stalked off, leaving her on the ground. Useless? Izuku was the useless one? At least she had tried. "You moron." Izuku looked up again. Now it was Kamui Woods, the new hero, talking to her. There was no way she could ask for his autograph like this. "Do you have a death wish? There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that." Death Arms was glaring down at her, too. If Backdraft had been able to douse Izuku to keep her from getting burned, why hadn't he done that to Kamui Woods, and helped to end the fight earlier? Surely if they'd worked together, 괜ᴜ wouldn't have had to step in and burn everything around him? Or why couldn't Death Arms have grabbed Kaken and the slime monster and thrown them to where 괜ᴜ could have helped? But no, Izuku was the one at fault, the useless one, for running in when she was quirkless and defenseless. Stupid. The heroes were right. Izuku looked at the crowd of spectators with either phones or news cameras, ashamed that Mom would probably see her on the news for this. As she studied the crowd, she saw a tall, thin man with tousled blonde hair walking away from the crowd. She sighed. So All Might had seen all of that, too. In person. "Hey, kid, time for you to get home." Kamui Woods was still talking to her. "Yes, sir," she said, getting up and dusting herself off. Her school bag was thoroughly scorched from 괜ᴜ's flames, but she picked it up anyway and held it in her arms. Maybe some of her school materials could be salvaged still. "You need any help getting home?" he asked. That was kind of him, but unnecessary. The paramedics were trying to examine Bakugo, but he was shoving them away, cursing. Izuku left before they could try to check her out. She was fine, aside from the equivalent of a mild sunburn from the heat of 괜ᴜ's quirk. Izuku shook her head. "No, sir, I'm sorry, please don't bother." Kamui nodded. "You stay out of trouble from now on, okay?" Izuku nodded back emphatically. Of course. I promise. And then Kamui gestured for her to move away from the cameras and spectators, and Izuku complied. Kakin blared daggers at her as she walked past. Toshi rubbed his eyes, exhausted. He was lucky that Endeavor had shown up to take care of that last villain. The number 2 pro hero wasn't usually in this city, but after Nezu had finished talking to Toshi about teaching at UA next year, the principal had mentioned that he had a meeting with Endeavor after to talk about his son, who was getting into UA on recommendations. Toshi wasn't sure he would have been able to win that fight, much less deal with the publicity afterwards. His time limit really was, well, limiting. But on the other hand, he almost wished he had jumped in to save that kid, because if he had, he would have had an excuse to not be standing outside Nightai's agency, trying to muster up the courage to go inside. If he had, he'd probably still be dealing with the press, and then afterwards would be much too tired to face Nighteye. The most intimidating villains had nothing on Mirai's quiet, disapproving glare. Toshi took a deep breath, put a smile on his face, and pushed the door open. Hi there, I'm here to see Nighteye, he told the pretty, young woman sitting behind the desk in the reception. She smiled at him. Of course, feel free to go up to his office. He's expecting you. Toshi managed to not drag his feet walking to the office, but it was a near thing. Toshi knocked, and opened the door when he heard Mirai ask him to enter. He was sitting behind his desk, fingers steepled together, as he watched Toshi from underneath his furrowed eyebrows. His office, as always, was in immaculate order, all papers stacked neatly and all of his All Might merchandise in pristine condition. Yagi, he said. Please, sit. A single hand moved forward, indicating one of the 2 chairs in front of his desk, before returning to its previous position. Toshi sat gingerly. He had to pull the chair out of being in line with the other to be able to sit comfortably. Hey, how are you? He said, as amiably as he could. He kicked himself mentally for saying that as soon as it was out of his mouth. Surprised you actually dropped by. I wasn't sure you would. The implication that he wasn't looking into Toshi's future anymore, even through others, was heavy. Toshi grimaced. That was a fair hit. He hadn't wanted to be here, truth be told. Did you tell the boy anything about me? No. I didn't want to risk disappointing him if you didn't show. Mirai's expression hadn't changed at all yet, his brows still furrowed. A strange silence fell between them. It didn't seem as uncomfortable for Mirai as he continued to stare at Toshi, somewhat disapprovingly. Toshi could feel himself getting fidgety. Luckily, before the tension could stretch to the point where Toshi was at risk of putting his foot in his mouth trying to break it, there was another knock at the door. Come in, Mirai called. Toshi turned around to see a tall, muscular teenager in UA's school uniform step into the room. It's good to see you, Mirio. Please, have a seat. Nothing too obvious changed about Mirai's demeanor, but it felt like the room had warmed up about 10 degrees when Mirio came in. Good to see you, too, sir. Mirio said as he sat next to Toshi. Hello. He waved at Toshi. I'm Mirio Togata. Toshi nodded, smiling at Mirio. He seemed like a cheerful person. I'm Toshinori Yagi. You can call me Yagi. You might know me better as All Might, though. Mirio quietly watched as Toshi stood up and flexed, turning into All Might with a puff of smoke. Wow. That's really cool, Mirio said. I never expected All Might himself to have a second form. So is your quirk some sort of transformation where your strength increases? Funny you should ask. Toshi boomed, and opened his mouth to continue, but was hit with a coughing fit right as he tried to explain. He shifted back into his civilian form and took the handkerchief that Mirai held out for him, wiping blood off of his hand and mouth. That doesn't look okay. Is that a side effect of your quirk? Mirio didn't look exceedingly alarmed, but that's probably because he was following Mirai's lead of staying calm. Did you go over your limit today? Mirai asked coolly. Toshi grimaced again. Maybe a bit, he admitted. Could have been worse, though. Mirai's eyes narrowed at that, but he didn't say anything. It's not a side effect, he sighed as he took a seat again, and lifted his shirt to show ᴅᴘ his old scars. I was in a bad fight a few years ago and got pretty terribly injured. I can only act as All Might for about 3 hours a day, now. It's amazing you're able to be the #1 hero with a downside like that, ᴅᴘ said admiringly. Toshi liked this kid. It's a struggle sometimes, Toshi admitted, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. And my quirk isn't like a lot of other quirks. He paused. It can be passed on to another person. ᴅᴘ blinked in surprise. Really? I didn't think that was possible. Toshi nodded. It's called One for All, and has been passed down through the generations. Because of my injury, it's time I start thinking of retiring. So, I need to look for a successor. Toshi paused, and ᴅᴘ looked from Mirai to Toshi in alarm. Sir Knight, I thinks you would be a good candidate as the next user for One for All. So, what do you think? Do you want my quirk, and to become the next All Might, symbol of peace? The young man leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. That's not quite the response I was hoping for. Toshi laughed, a bit nervously. It's a stockpiling quirk, Mirai explained. Each holder improves and strengthens the quirk before passing it on. It would give you unmatchable speed and strength, which suits the combat style you've started to develop during your work study with me so far. You would be the 9th holder. And while you would have All Might's power, you would not have to become the next All Might. You would make this power your own, and be your own hero. Toshi blinked at that. What was Mirai getting at? ᴅᴘ was still frowning into the middle distance, considering. Share your thoughts with us, ᴅᴘ, Mirai encouraged. ᴅᴘ looked like he was choosing his words carefully. This is an honor, but I don't think I can accept it. Mirai held up a hand, to stop Toshi from reacting. Why is that? My quirk is already incredibly difficult to deal with, and it took a really long time to learn it this well. ᴅᴘ phased his hand through the arm of the chair he was sitting in, watching his fingers appear and disappear as he flexed his hand. And I still feel like I have a lot more to learn before I truly master it. If I added your super speed and strength into the mix, I'd be back at the starting point all over again. Maybe giving it to someone who has a simpler quirk or hasn't already developed a fighting style with their quirk might be better? Arguably, giving this quirk to someone who already knows a difficult quirk would give an advantage to learning another quirk, said Night Eye. ᴅᴘ nodded. That's true. But I know I can be a great hero with just my quirk, so I think One for All should go to someone else, who might need it more. I can respect that answer, Mirai said solemnly. ᴅᴘ grinned at that, and gave him a thumbs up. Is that your final answer, or would you like a couple of days to think about it? Toshi asked, still in a state of disbelief he was being turned down. ᴅᴘ shook his head. This is my final answer. I'm sure of it. I'm Lemillion. My goal is to be the best hero I can be, not the best hero overall. ᴅᴘ seemed to sense Toshi's disappointment, because he continued. You said you were teaching at UA next year, right? I'm sure you'll find someone there. If you need any help from me, just let me know, alright? As Toshi walked away from Night Eye's agency, he thought about ᴅᴘ's refusal. It was almost a mirror of the conversation he'd had with that kid on the rooftop. That young boy, who had jumped into that villain fight so recklessly. He'd been quirkless, right? Toshi briefly considered offering him One for All, but dismissed it just as quickly. That boy had been scrawny, and never should have jumped into that fight like that. His intentions had been good, but he'd put himself at risk of becoming a victim, like he had been when Toshi had first found him. It would be difficult to retrain someone with foolhardy instincts like that, especially when Toshi's own experience with One for All was mostly very painful combat training. He shuddered, remembering Gran Torino. One for All needed someone who was already strong and could already fight. Well, ᴅᴘ was right. Toshi would find a suitable candidate at UA to be the next holder of One for All. But he really would have preferred starting the school year with a candidate. He could feel his body slowly degrading from the strain of his old injuries, and using One for All for hero work wasn't helping. It was time to pass the torch on. But who could be suitable? Mirai hadn't had any other potential students lined up, so Toshi was out of luck there. Who did Toshi think would make a good hero, and was also suited for combat? Toshi paused in the street on his walk home as an idea came to him. The walk home was uneventful, which left Izuku alone with her thoughts of all of the events of the day. She had met All Might. All Might himself. The greatest hero of all time, the symbol of peace. Izuku's personal hero. And he had told her she couldn't be a hero. Not without a quirk. Not without a quirk. Izuku knew by now that she wasn't going to get a quirk. The doctor had said so when she was 4, and after a decade of hoping that some impossibility would occur in her favor, she'd had to accept that it wasn't going to happen. But even so, even All Might didn't think she could be a hero without a quirk. Why did she have to be born without a quirk? It wasn't fair. Izuku was brought out of her reverie by an angry voice yelling at her to stop. Deku! Kaken? She turned to see Kaken running towards her. His house wasn't this way, had he run after her specifically? What for? The blonde pulled up to stop, panting hard. Listen. I would never ask for a weakling like you to help me. Don't think you can look down on me. Izuku stood still at that, a bit stunned, but Kaken wasn't finished yet. Huh? Got that? I was fine by myself. You're just a quirkless failure who couldn't even cut it as a rent-a-cop. You didn't help me. You did nothing. Don't forget it. I don't owe you anything. Why does he always have to be so mean? Izuku thought to herself once the boy had stomped off around the corner. He already has everything, why does he have to pick on me, too? She wasn't exactly certain why she jumped in to try and save him like she had. It was like her body had moved before her brain could think it through. It really had been a foolish thing to do. And everyone had let her know that. Kaken was right. It's not like she actually had done anything to help, even if she had tried. Time to go back to giving up on her dreams. Izuku sniffed hard and blinked, trying to keep the tears from flowing. At least until she got home. Mom was going to panic when she saw her. Izuku sighed. She didn't want to deal with that. She just wanted to be alone. But Mom was going to fuss over her. And, of course, Izuku was right. As soon as the door shut behind her, Izuku Midoriya was in tears, grabbing Izuku's shoulders, asking if she was okay, leading her to the couch and sitting her down, fussing over her burned bag, and clothes, and hair, and asking Izuku why she'd gotten into a villain fight, and asking if she was okay again. I promise, I'm okay, Mom, I promise, Izuku kept on saying, but it didn't seem to get through Mom's frantic anxiety. I'm going to have to trim your hair. And it was just starting to grow out. This prompted another wave of tears. One of Izuku's classmates had stuck gum in her hair, so she'd had to cut it short. And then when it was short it was puffy and curly, and with Izuku's natural dark green hair color everyone had started calling her broccoli, so she dyed it black to try to prevent that. Izuku ran her hands through her hair. It doesn't feel that bad, just the ends are singed. Oh, and your book bag. Mom picked it up and started pulling charred books out of it. The damage to Izuku's hero analysis notebook wasn't even noticeable as Kaken's work anymore. Was that a good thing? Probably. It was better that Mom didn't know that Kaken was a bully to Izuku. She didn't deal very well with things like that. Izuku picked up the notebook and flipped it open to All Might's large signature. You can't be a hero. Not without a quirk, he'd said. Izuku felt tears start forming again and was unable to stop them as she closed the notebook again. Mom quit her perusal over Izuku's damaged school supplies to hug her. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I know it's been a rough day. How about I make your favorite for dinner tonight, okay? Izuku nodded through her tears, and Mom kissed her head. You go take a shower and get changed, okay? I'll have dinner finished soon. Dinner still wasn't finished after Izuku got out of the shower, so Izuku looked up statistics related to quirkless people while she waited. She was aware that the prognosis of success for quirkless people wasn't good, but had always figured that she would be an exception because of her dream to be a hero. Now that All Might had crushed that, she decided to look into the statistics a bit more closely. Maybe there was a particular job that quirkless people excelled in? She clicked on the first link, How to Help Your Quirkless Child Succeed. We all know that quirkless children are at a disadvantage compared to their quirked peers, which you can see more in depth in this article here, but how do the parents of quirkless children mitigate what may soon be termed a disability, and help their child succeed in life anyway? A disability? That word left a sour taste in her mouth, not because it was a bad word, but because it so clearly didn't fit. Izuku wasn't disabled because she didn't have a quirk. That's not how that worked. She skimmed the rest of the article. It suggested that parents try to be understanding of their children's situation, not using quirks around them to make them feel more normal, and other things like that. Izuku had noticed that her mom had stopped using her quirk as much since she'd been diagnosed as quirkless, but she hadn't thought much of it. It seemed patronizing, now. Izuku clicked on the linked article to see what it said. Is society becoming dangerously quirkist? Most of us know someone without a quirk. Statisticians and sociologists posit that while quirklessness wasn't uncommon even a few decades ago, the likelihood of having a child without a quirk is less than 1 out of 100. That sounded about right to Izuku. There were other kids in school who were quirkless, but there weren't any in her classes, and they all had friends from childhood, so while they weren't super popular, they weren't picked on as much as Izuku herself. Izuku had Kaken, of course, but he had never seemed to like her much after she'd never gotten a quirk. He'd made sure the other kids around them looked at her the same way. Izuku went back to reading the article. It detailed with numerous statistics that a quirkless person could expect a shorter life expectancy, lower quality of life, lower rate of marriage, and a higher rate of divorce than their quirked counterpart. None of it was good. Izuku paused, then typed "Is there a way to fake having a quirk" into the search bar. That just brought up the legalities for quirk impersonations. Apparently it could be a pretty sensitive subject as it involved falsifying official documentation. Izuku sighed. Well, that had been nothing but depressing. She opened up her email to check what her homework assignments were. Everything she already knew about, except she'd gotten a spam email. Out of curiosity, she clicked it open. She knew better than to open any links, but sometimes it was still fun to read the "You get many Russian wife if you click now" type of emails. This one was a bit different, though. Dear Izuku Midoriya, I apologize for the necessity of this email, but I've tried to reach out to your mother, Mrs. Izuku Midoriya, a few times now with no response. I would like to propose a study for you to participate in. Through the advancement of modern sciences, it may be possible to imbue formerly quirkless people with quirks to help them integrate more normally into our society. I, Dr. Daruma Tsubasa, have pioneered this work, but as you can imagine, finding participants is difficult. Now, through my admittedly limited studies, I've ascertained that the best age to start to introduce new quirks to someone who was formerly quirkless is when they're young enough to adjust to the life change, but old enough to understand what is happening and how to deal with it. This would make you, at age 14 and just finishing middle school, a prime candidate. I completely understand if you are uninterested in this sort of a project, and I do hope I haven't offended you if this is a sensitive subject. Please, do let me know if you're interested. This email address is the best to use to reach me. Regards, Dr. Daruma Tsubasa. For some reason that name sounded familiar, but Izuku couldn't place it immediately. But the email didn't read like spam. The doctor said he'd contacted her mother? And Mom hadn't told her about this? Izuku spied Mom's tablet on the coffee table. Well, it couldn't hurt to check. She pulled the tablet towards her and opened the email app. If she typed anything into the search bar, Mom might see it and wonder what Izuku was looking for, so Izuku just went through her inbox. Nothing. What about spam? Izuku clicked on that, then froze when she heard something clatter in the kitchen. You okay? Izuku asked. Yes, sorry, just a bit clumsy. Izuku waited another beat before she went back to looking through her mom's email. Nothing in spam. What about trash? Yes, right there. Mom had deleted the doctor's email? Why? Without even talking to Izuku about it? Sure, UA had removed the rule restriction keeping quirkless people from applying, but it had always been Izuku's dream to be a hero, and having a quirk would make all of that easier. Izuku scanned through the email quickly. There wasn't any new information, as it was effectively the same email Izuku had received aside from the intended recipient. So why had Mom deleted his email? Izuku wasn't sure, but she did know that there couldn't be any good reason why Mom would delete the email and hide this from her. Izuku quietly set aside Mom's computer to reread the doctor's email on her phone. Well, the doctor had contacted Izuku now. She could at least respond to him and see what was up. She searched for the location of the lab address he had in his email signature. It was in Mizutofu. Maybe Izuku could contact and ask them about the study? But she was a minor, so Mom would have to give consent. Izuku leaned over, looking at Mom as she worked in the kitchen. Her back was to Izuku, and she was humming softly as she continued making dinner. No, she'd never be okay with this. She wasn't even okay with taking something like Xanax to calm her nerves down. She'd never let Izuku go into a study like this. You can't be a hero. Not without a quirk. Those words wouldn't get out of Izuku's head. They were on a loop, and it felt like there was nothing she could do to stop them from repeating, over and over. Heck, Mom would probably be happy about Izuku's conversation with All Might. She would be relieved that Izuku might finally give up on her dream of being a hero. She'd always been concerned about Izuku hurting herself. Izuku tapped the side of her phone, thinking. Well, it couldn't hurt to respond to the email, right? Worst case, the doctor turned her down. Best case. Izuku stopped herself from thinking about that, and instead focused on sending an email before she got too nervous to follow through with it. She clicked send right as Mom called that dinner was ready. Now to talk to Mom about her day while avoiding discussing Kaken's bullying, and too much of her interaction with All Might, too. Later that night, Izuku looked more into quirks. Quirk research like this was comforting at this point, she'd done it so often. It was a weird coping mechanism, but it worked. Later she might start looking into how much her All Might merch would sell for. Izuku didn't much want it anymore. She was rereading all of the theories around All Might's quirk when her phone buzzed. She checked it. An email? What? Izuku remembered the email she'd sent to the lab director and felt her heart rate increase. She hesitated at opening it, unwilling to go through the pain of yet another rejection so soon. Better to rip the band-aid off. She tapped to open the email and read the response through squinted eyes, as if that would make it easier if the news was bad. It wasn't. Dr. Tsubasa would be thrilled to meet her. He was giving her a range of times to choose from and an online survey. Well, that was a good start, at least. There was still the major hurdle of Izuku being a minor, but one problem at a time. Otherwise she'd end up getting overwhelmed and crying like her mom. Izuku sent back an appointment time that would give her time to finish school and get to the lab, and then went to bed, trying and failing not to overthink everything that might happen. Izuku sank down further into her seat, wishing she could become invisible as the class talked and laughed around her. Everyone had seen all of the available footage from yesterday's villain attack, whether from official news sources or cell phone videos. They were all laughing at her trying to fight the villain and save Kaken despite being quirkless. Kaken himself was mostly immune to all of the chatter. One kid had made the mistake of insinuating that Kaken had needed Izuku to save him, and that kid was now at the nurse's office after Kaken's gut punch. The teachers had been upset at the student for provoking Kaken, and made it clear that the class should leave him alone. So now Kaken had a relatively empty space around him, aside from his two closest friends. She'd seen one of those friends, the one with the long fingers, lean close to Kaken to whisper something at one point, and Kaken had popped his quirk off in response, so that hadn't continued. It was only a small comfort that Kaken wasn't joining in on the bullying this time. He was in a bad mood and focused on himself right now. If Izuku did anything stupid enough to attract his attention, she would risk getting exploded as well. That was one thing that was very consistent about Kaken. Anyone could piss him off, and he'd treat them all the same. Izuku just upset Kaken more easily and often than anyone else did. Were you begging the slime villain to take you instead? A boy nudged Izuku with his elbow. She shrank away from him. What were you trying to do? Off yourself so you might come back with a quirk. One of Kaken's friends called to Izuku, and the rest of the class laughed. Hey! Kaken barked. Quit using my fucking joke. Come up with something on your own, damn it. Katsuki studied Deku as she tried to disappear away from the other students' jeers by hiding behind her own desk and the backpack on her lap. Why the fuck had she tried to help? It was a question that kept going through his head. Did she think he was weak? Did she think she could actually help? Worst part was, she actually had helped. If she hadn't distracted that slime villain when she had and made it let go of his face, he probably would have fallen unconscious. It pissed him off. Katsuki ground his teeth. Why was someone who was too weak to even stand up for themselves willing to jump into danger like that? It didn't make any sense to him. And now it felt like he owed her. Katsuki hated it. He hated that they'd been stuck in the same class since they were 4, and he hated that Deku wanted to be a hero like him, when she was quirkless and couldn't be. She had no idea she couldn't compete with him even after everything, and yet she still had tried to save him. And despite everything, she had helped. Izuku walked into the lab after school that day. She'd told her mom that she was studying late at school, and that had seemed to work. Mom had just asked her to be careful getting home, and to call if she got into any trouble. She looked around. She hadn't really had any ideas of what to expect, but so far the lab looked like a standard doctor's office. She walked up to the receptionist. Hi, I'm here for an appointment? The receptionist gave her a once-over, frowning. You're a new patient? I can check you in, at least, but you'll need a legal guardian to sign some of the paperwork. Izuku felt like she couldn't breathe, but tried to keep from panicking. I was hoping I could talk to Dr. Tsubasa about that, she asked. The receptionist frowned. These are very serious medical tests and procedures that you could be signed up for. Legally, we would need a guardian here to allow you to even speak with the doctor about any of this. Izuku started. What was she supposed to say? She couldn't let herself be turned away from the desk, without even talking to Dr. Tsubasa. She was saved by the doctor himself walking into the room behind the receptionist. Miss Tanaka, is my next appointment here? You must be her. Izuku felt more at ease immediately. So that was why the name had sounded familiar. Now that she was seeing him, she recognized him as her childhood pediatrician. He'd been the one to tell her she'd always be quirkless, but Izuku didn't hold that against him. It was how things were. Or had been. Maybe things could be different, now. Yes, I am, she said. It also made sense that he'd contacted her now, since she'd been one of his former patients. She needs a legal guardian, Ms. Tanaka cut in. Yes, I was aware that she's a minor. Was your mother not able to be here? Izuku asked. Does your mother know you're here? The receptionist asked suspiciously. Izuku shook her head when Dr. Tsubasa kept his eyes on her. No, she doesn't, but... I was really hoping I could talk to you anyway? My mom, well, she doesn't understand how hard it is without a quirk, and she's a bit scared of doctors and everything in the first place, so... I thought maybe I could talk to you about it? Izuku finished lamely, staring at the doctor, waiting for his response, twisting her hands together. That gesture reminded her of her mother as soon as she realized she was doing it, so she forced herself to drop her hands by her sides. If he said no, she would start crying in the office waiting area. She could feel it. But Dr. Tsubasa frowned sympathetically. Heartbreaking. I remember the days when quirklessness wasn't as uncommon, and even then the quirkless kids got picked on, just for being different. I can't imagine what you must go through. I'd love to do anything I can to help you. And Izuku was now struggling not to cry over Dr. Tsubasa saying yes. Stupid emotions. That doesn't mean that she's not a minor. She needs a legal guardian's consent, Ms. Tanaka cut in. You would really stop me from helping this poor child in any way I can? The receptionist rolled her eyes but looked taken aback when she saw Izuku tearing up. I just want to be normal. Izuku wailed, and bowed to the receptionist and doctor. Please give me this opportunity. The doctor tooted sympathetically and held the office door open for her. Calm down, now, there's no need for theatrics. Let's go talk, alright? Izuku didn't hear the receptionist say anything more as she followed him. Dr. Tsubasa led Izuku down a short hall and gestured her into an examination room. Here's a tissue, he said, handing her one from the box on the counter next to the sink. Izuku sat and took the tissue thankfully, dabbing her eyes and nose dry. Now, the doctor said, tell me about yourself. And why you agreed to this project. Izuku took a deep breath to try and steady herself. Being quirkless has never bothered me too much, you know? It's just how I am. I never really thought it was a bad thing. She shrugged. Most everyone else does, though. A lot of the kids in my class pick on me. Doesn't help that I've always wanted to be a hero and help save people, you know? I guess a lot of kids want to be heroes, though. It's pretty common. Izuku rubbed the back of her neck and crossed her ankles under her chair. And, honestly? I always thought I could be. I didn't think my quirklessness would hold me back. I applied to the UA Hero course and everything, you know? They actually don't have anything in the application that says that the student has to have a quirk. So I thought I could join and be the first quirkless superhero. Maybe motivate the kids like me? All Might always motivated me, but it would have been really cool if I'd had someone like me growing up to look up to. Izuku knew she was rambling, but she couldn't seem to stop herself. To Dr. Tsubasa's credit, he was listening closely, nodding sympathetically, so Izuku felt more comfortable continuing. And then, the other day, I actually got to meet All Might. I got his signature, and Izuku paused. She knew she couldn't tell the doctor, even if he did seem friendly, about All Might's condition. Izuku never should have found out about it, so she should never share it. And I asked him if I could be a hero, even without a quirk. She sighed, unable to continue for a moment. And what did he tell you? Dr. Tsubasa prompted gently. He said I couldn't be. Izuku sniffed, and the doctor leaned back to grab the tissue box and hand it to her. Izuku took it and wiped her damp eyes. He said I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Oh, my poor dear, Dr. Tsubasa said sadly. I mean, everyone has always told me I couldn't be a hero because I was quirkless, but I thought All Might at least would believe in me, you know? But clearly he doesn't either, so maybe I do need a quirk? To be a hero? Izuku looked up at the doctor, trying to gauge his reaction. And it really would help to have a quirk. In general, I mean. So I'm not bullied and picked on as much and everything. It would be nice to be able to make a friend, Izuku thought. Kaken controlled the class closely enough that even the kids who weren't prejudiced had been unwilling to be friendly to her. Having a quirk should change that. Would change that. Well, at least for high school. Izuku didn't have much hope left for middle school. Dr. Tsubasa nodded solemnly. Hero work is dangerous. I'm sure you're clever enough to know that. Izuku nodded when he paused. Her run-in with the slime villain had made that very clear. Her run-in with Endeavor had made that clear. Yeah, she chuckled, sometimes it's dangerous because of the other heroes, you know? What do you mean? Dr. Tsubasa asked, frowning. Izuku had tried to lighten the mood, but that apparently hadn't worked. Izuku explained briefly her interaction with the slime villain, Kaken, and Endeavor. He almost lit you two on fire, the doctor asked, incredulity in his voice. Well, Izuku started, Backdraft was dousing all of us, to keep us from burning up. And Kaken has an explosion quirk, so he's not super susceptible to fire damage, so it's really not that bad. Izuku didn't know why she was defending Endeavor, but she felt like she ought to try to protect his image. She hadn't meant to make him look bad. How could Endeavor know that his fellow heroes would be able to support him in that? Or that your friend's quirk would save him? I don't, well, he is the number 2 hero, you know? So he's got to be good at what he does. He still put you and your friend in jeopardy, Dr. Tsubasa said gently, but firmly. Izuku didn't really know what else to say as her eye caught sight of her new backpack on the floor next to her, which was already black inside from Richard's school books, so she changed the subject. He's not really my friend. We just go to school together. I mean, we've known each other a long time, but I don't think he'd consider us friends. Ah. Is he one of the classmates you mentioned earlier? Who pick on you? Izuku shrugged, unwilling to admit it out loud. Well, he just has a really great quirk, and he'll make a really great hero, so he doesn't much like that I want to be a hero, too. He's just really competitive, is all. That doesn't sound to me like he'll make a great hero. He sounds almost like Endeavor already. Oh, no, of course not. He's much more careful with his quirk. Which was technically true. Kaken did know exactly how to use his quirk to terrorize anyone he wanted to without the teachers stepping in. Well, you know this Kaken better than I do, so I'll take your word on it. The doctor leaned back, clearly not happy with what Izuku was saying, but accepting it. Let's go back to talking about you. Are you sure you don't have any legal guardian who would give consent? Izuku shook her head and Dr. Tsubasa harumphed, swishing his mustache from side to side as he considered that. I don't see any way around this aside from lying on paperwork. We could say this is quirkless counseling, or something similar. How do you feel about that? Izuku blinked at the doctor's directness. There's really no other option? There doesn't seem to be, no. Izuku hated the idea of lying like that. She imagined again trying to tell her mother that she'd gone to see a doctor behind her back about getting a quirk. She winced. The doctor saw her hesitation. Would you like me to give you a couple of days to think about it? It sounds like you've been through a lot lately, and I understand if you might be rethinking your goals of becoming a hero after seeing the real thing up close. That settled it. Izuku wanted to be a hero. She was not giving up on her dream. She shook her head. No, she said. I'm fine with it. I want to do this. You sure? When Izuku nodded firmly, Dr. Tsubasa held out his hand. Let's shake on it, then. I think we'll do great things together. Looking forward to it. Izuku shook his hand, beaming back up at him. Dr. Tsubasa smiled back. All right, I'll get some paperwork for you then. I'll have Miss Tanaka make something up for you to look over next time you're here. Izuku winced at remembering the receptionist's reticence to allow the doctor to talk to her. Really? Will she be all right with that? The doctor smiled. I'll talk to her about it. I'll make her understand. Okay, thanks. Izuku felt relieved. When should I come next? When are you free? Toshi had gotten the slime villain's victim's name from Tsukachi, Katsuki Bakugu. Suka had done him a favor and pulled up some of his school records. Turned out the boy was a model student with excellent grades and a powerful quirk. Toshi wasn't sure how or when he'd get the opportunity to talk to this Bakugu again, but they both lived in ᴡᴇ now, so it was possible they'd run into each other again just by chance. Even so, Toshi had decided to pick up his groceries from a convenience store near where the slime villain had attacked, on the off chance that he'd run into young Bakugu again. It was after he'd used up his 3 hours in his muscle form, so he had the time. Toshi was picking out some snacks when he heard at the register, "Hand over all the cash you have, now, or else I'll stab you," in a slightly muffled, shaky voice. Toshi ducked behind one of the shelves so he could look out. Crap! There was a man with a ski mask covering his features threatening the cashier. It looked like his quirk was growing knives out of his skin. Toshi didn't have any time left in his muscle form. How was he going to save the cashier? She looked like she was panicked, frozen stiff and not complying in her terror. The villain was getting frustrated. Toshi needed to do something, he needed to. Oi! A blonde-haired boy swaggered into Toshi's view, and casually reached up and ripped the ski mask off the villain's head, even as the man tried to dodge him. What the fuck do you think you're doing, you lazy lowlife? The villain yelped at his disguise being removed and swung his knife at Bakugu, because of course that was Bakugu, and the boy exploded his quirk in the man's face, forcing the villain to stagger backwards. Get a fucking job, loser. he popped off his quirk. The villain was scrabbling backwards away from Bakugo, but he looked mostly unharmed, even with an explosion like that going off in his face. Bakugo must have good quirk control to be able to keep from hurting someone like that. Beat it. I'll kill you next time I see you here. The villain turned and ran. Toshi straightened and watched him turn the corner out of sight of the store windows. Wow, that was great. How did you know that guy wasn't going to stab you? A couple of middle schoolers who looked about Bakugo's age came out from behind the shelves to congratulate him. Bakugo tilted his head back, grinning. Ha, it was obvious he had no real conviction. So young Bakugo was clever in practical situations and skilled at reading people, and clearly had more than just book smarts. You let him get away. Another boy said. Bakugo snorted. No, I didn't, dumbass. The security cameras caught his fucking face. The cops will find him in no time. The teenager rounded on the cashier. So long as you actually fucking do something and call it in. The cashier flinched and grabbed the phone on the counter. TCH, Bakugo turned and walked out of the store. Hey, we hadn't bought our snacks. Where are you going? Just buy me something, the boy shot back to the other two. Toshi set the groceries he'd been planning to buy on the shelf to walk after him out of the store. He had to walk quickly to catch up to him. Hey there, young man. You were involved in that slime villain incident the other day, weren't you? Toshi raised a hand to greet the blonde teenager as Bakugo turned to face him, a scowl on his face. You dealt really well with that situation back there, you know that? A bit angry about everything, but perhaps that was just nervous energy? Ha, the boy half growled back at him. Why the fuck do you want to know? And what are you doing outside of a fucking hospital, Skeletor? Toshi blinked at his abruptness. I work with superheroes. I'm going to be working at UA next year. I recognized you from the news, and just wanted to make sure you were okay. I didn't mean to offend. The boy scoffed. You didn't offend me, old man. I'm fucking fine. I don't need your help. Strong enough on your own, then? Are you patronizing me? This teen seemed to be touchier than most. I'll be the best, and I don't need old weirdos like you checking up on me, even if you do work for UA. You'll be the best? Toshi asked, unable to resist taking the bait. Even stronger than All Might? The teen's grin was feral. Of course I will be. Just watch. What's your name, young man? Are you planning on attending UA? Katsuki Bakugo, and yeah, of course I am. It has the best hero course program in the nation. I'd be stupid not to go. His phrasing about attending UA was interesting. It was as if he knew his attendance was guaranteed. That makes sense. Well, maybe I'll see you next year. Bakugo scoffed and walked off. What an explosive personality. It certainly matched his quirk. Toshi wondered how the boy would react to meeting All Might himself, and if his aggressive confidence could be toned down. Izuku took a deep breath before opening the door to the lab and walking in. She was really hoping Dr. Tsubasa had had a chance to talk to Ms. Tanaka already. Izuku didn't want to go through anything like she had last time. But true to his word, the doctor must have spoken to the receptionist, and Izuku didn't have any problems with her. She checked Izuku in without a problem. So the doctor is helping you with your condition? Ms. Tanaka asked. Yeah, he is. Calling quirklessness a condition was almost as bad as disability, but Izuku let it slide. The woman probably didn't mean anything by it anyway. You get yourself a useful quirk, you hear, she said. Don't let him give you anything harmful, alright? Okay? Izuku asked. Why did the receptionist have an opinion? What's your quirk? The woman sighed. It's horrible. I can detonate my own limbs. I've only ever tested it on a toe or a finger, but it's awful. It takes forever for them to grow back. She looked down at her hands sadly. Izuku noticed now that the pinky finger was shorter than it ought to be. She met Izuku's eyes again. So just be sure you know what you're getting into, alright? Not all quirks are helpful. Sometimes it might be better to be quirkless, okay? Izuku nodded hurriedly, managing to keep her mouth shut so she didn't ask questions about the woman's quirk even though Izuku desperately wanted to know more. I've let the doctor know you're here. Miss Tanaka smiled kindly at Izuku. You can take a seat and wait. Thanks. Izuku still felt a bit uncomfortable around her, but she'd been nothing but friendly this time. Hello, Ms. Midoriya. How are you? Pretty good. Izuku said brightly as she sat down opposite Dr. Tsubasa. Do you know about Ms. Tanaka's quirk? She started without thinking. She said she can detonate her own body parts. That's a crazy sort of quirk. Dr. Tsubasa blinked, clearly taken aback by Izuku's enthusiasm. She'd overdone it. Oops. She should know better by now than to talk too much. No one was as interested in quirks as she was. No, actually, I hadn't looked too much into her quirk. You say she can detonate herself? That sounds dangerous. Yeah, sorry. Dr. Tsubasa's mustache bristled. Whatever for? How much did she tell you? Not much. It seemed like it might be a sensitive subject. Doing that sort of damage to oneself sounds harmful, though, the doctor mused. Well, she said they grow back, just really slowly. It'd be cool if there was any training or something she could go through to speed the healing process up. It'd really be a shocking quirk for a hero to have, being able to detonate themselves and then heal quickly enough to do it again in the same fight. Although it does come with some pretty serious limitations if she did lose a limb in the middle of a fight. She'd have to have good teammates. Izuku realized she was rambling and stopped. So you're pretty interested in quirks, then? Strangely enough, Dr. Tsubasa didn't seem to mind listening to her talk. Oh, yeah, sort of. I'm maybe a bit obsessed with quirks in general and heroes in particular? Izuku admitted. Dr. Tsubasa smiled. I think that's to be expected in someone who's quirkless. Let's get started on seeing if we can get you your own. Izuku nodded as the doctor began to explain the different tests and procedures. First, we'll need to take a baseline of all of your physical and mental faculties before we even begin any actual medical procedures. Blood pressure, reaction times and reflexes, blood and allergy tests, physical fitness, an MRI, and other such tests. I'll give you all of the paperwork to sign, of course. All of these are pretty routine, we just need to get them out of the way before we start any testing. And we'll monitor everything along the way, as well. This may take a few days, but it's important to have these baseline results so we know where we're starting from. What are the actual quirk tests, though? Izuku asked. Quirks, as you may know, Dr. Tsubasa started, are idiosyncrasies in the DNA that result in some sort of physical or mental manifestations, known as quirk factors. The first part of the actual quirk test will involve integrating your DNA with the DNA of different classes of quirks, to see what you may or may not be compatible with. Once we find a quirk you're compatible with, we will start combining the two different DNA strands, and over the course of time, you should end up with a quirk of your own. There were so many questions Izuku wanted to ask. She hesitated, not sure what she should start with. The doctor gestured with open hands. Feel free to ask anything you want, my dear. My goal here is to make sure that you're comfortable with everything that is going on. One question at a time, though. Dr. Tsubasa smiled, as if he knew how many questions Izuku had. Izuku nodded. Where do these quirk sequences come from? They're donated, usually. People who donate their bodies to science can also donate their quirks. Will I have a quirk exactly like someone else? Because usually quirks are unique, with really slight differences even between a child and a parent or two siblings with what appears to be the same quirk. That I can't answer for certain. We've not studied this type of quirk therapy long enough to know how it works, but it seems most likely you will develop a very similar quirk to the original host, but with slight differences as it aligns itself with your DNA. Can you control at all what kind of quirk I end up with, or is that based on my DNA? That is mostly dependent on your DNA. If you're not compatible with a certain kind of quirk, it won't work with your DNA. The doctor held his hands out in if there's nothing to be done about it sort of way. So if there wasn't a compatible quirk factor already donated, there might not be anything that was compatible with Izuku's DNA, and she'd stay quirkless. Would it help to have some kind of sample from someone in my family for this to work? Izuku wanted to raise her chances of getting a quirk as much as possible, after all. The doctor paused, thinking about that. Actually, yes, a genetic sequence from a family member probably would help, he said finally. I'm not sure how much, but it certainly couldn't hurt. Who are you thinking of? My mom. She has a mild telekinesis quirk. I can just get some of her hair or something, right? I get something from my dad, too, but he works overseas and has been gone for a few years. Dr. Tsubasa nodded. Yes, if you're able to get a hair sample, that would work marvelously, good idea. Izuku smiled at the praise, even though it had seemed like an obvious thing to ask. How long will this take? Will it be in time for me to go to UA with a quirk? The doctor swished his mustache from side to side. I'm not sure. And I'm not sure what sort of mastery you'd have over your quirk by then, either. The admissions test is 10 months away, right? When Izuku nodded affirmation, Dr. Tsubasa continued. Even with a powerful quirk, you'd need some training to learn how to use it. He rested his chin on his fist, considering. Would you be interested in speaking to a quirk expert about this? I learned most of what I know about quirks from him, and he's been a major inspiration for my work. Izuku perked up. A real quirk expert, she asked. I'd love to. Dr. Tsubasa grinned. Good. Once we find some quirks that work with your DNA, I'll get you connected with him so he can start coaching you. He was a mentor for me, too, at one point. I still refer to him as sensei. Why are you so determined to pass one for all on? ᴚᴏ asked his longtime friend, bringing his shoulder up so the phone was caught between his shoulder and his ear so his hands were free. You'll have a wider field of potential candidates once you're teaching at UA, is there a need to rush now? Toshi hesitated. It feels like it's time, he said finally. Partial truth. What was he hiding? ᴚᴏ knew better than to push, but he was curious. ᴚᴏ looked back at his computer, where he had Bakugo's records pulled up again on Toshi's request. Well, on paper, he seems like an excellent candidate. You've talked to him in person, too? Not much, but some. He's brusque. Truth, but knowing Toshi, that would be a relative truth, not an absolute one. Toshi was too nice. If he called the boy brusque, then he was rude by anyone else's standards. I think he's someone who could handle having the power of the former number one hero. Is he a good person? ᴚᴏ asked. Toshi was too kind to be a good judge of this, but it was worth asking. It was a shame ᴚᴏ's quirk only worked on relative truths, not absolutes. Yes, I actually saw him stop a robbery the other day without even hesitating. ᴚᴏ didn't mention that wasn't the best standard, given how black and white a situation like that was. You want me to find and talk to any of his parents, teachers, or classmates, or anything like that? Toshi seemed fairly set on this Bakugo, so ᴚᴏ wasn't sure he'd push the decision one way or another, but it would give ᴚᴏ himself a heads up on the person he'd be dealing with after all might retired. No. Please, don't inconvenience yourself on my behalf. ᴚᴏ could practically hear Toshi waving his hands in front of his face for emphasis through the phone. He'd had a feeling his friend would say that. What does Sir Knight think about it? Toshi hesitated. I haven't really talked to him about it. I haven't talked to him too much after Mirio turned down One for All. Last time we spoke, I sort of suggested I might have someone in mind, and he said I needed to wait until I was a teacher at UA and choose someone then. After that, he trailed off. ᴚᴏ knew there was something more, but he couldn't pinpoint quite what it was. Why was All Might in such a hurry to pass on One for All? Well, I trust you to make the right decision, ᴚᴏ said. Pushing more than this wouldn't help anything. Toshi might end up cutting ᴚᴏ off like he'd done with Sir Knight years ago. It was better to have some of the information rather than none at all. Besides, at the end of the day, it was Toshi's quirk, after all. ᴡᴇ had no right to say anything one way or another about who did or didn't deserve it. Thank you, friend. Toshi's relief was evident through the phone. Perhaps this Bakugo would turn down one for all, ᴡᴇ thought as he ended the call and placed the phone down on his desk. If that was the case, ᴡᴇ could suggest Midoriya, if she turned out to be a hard worker. She seemed determined to help people despite inconvenience to herself, which, to ᴡᴇ, mattered more than a squeaky clean school record. It wasn't at all likely that a 15-year-old who'd grown up with All Might as the number one hero for all of his life would turn down receiving that same hero's quirk, but just in case. ᴡᴇ would have someone else to suggest instead of Toshi pulling someone off of the street. Someone who most certainly wasn't rude. Izuku wasn't sure what she'd expected when Dr. Tsubasa had told her she'd be meeting Sensei, but she hadn't expected this. The doctor was setting up a laptop to call Sensei on, but he'd warned her that Sensei had been in a bad accident a few years ago caused by the side effects of a hero's quirk, and he wasn't easily able to move around anymore. The accident had also blinded him, so out of respect for that the doctor never used video when he talked to him. The doctor assured Izuku that Sensei, although a strict and exacting personality, was nothing but polite and Izuku had nothing to worry about. Izuku hadn't been worrying about anything before the doctor had said that, but she'd found a few things after. It was too late now to back out of meeting Sensei, though. The doctor was already calling him. Dr. Tsubasa, Sensei answered. His voice sounded like it was deep and smooth, but the speaker was a bit garbled. Hello, Sensei. I have Ms. Midoriya with me, she's listening in. Hi? Izuku said hesitantly. Tell me about yourself, Izuku Midoriya. What was there about her to talk about? Izuku's mind was blank. I'm quirkless and I want to be a hero? Dumb. But might as well tie that into why she was here. Everyone thinks I need a quirk to be a hero, so maybe I do? The doctor was my pediatrician, and he had this study going on, and he contacted me, and I thought I could at least see what was going on? Izuku stopped her rambling by snapping her jaw shut. I find your phrasing interesting, Midoriya. Sensei's voice sounded amused and thoughtful. Everyone thinks I need a quirk to be a hero. It sounds like you don't think of yourself included in this everyone, but you've clearly changed your mind by being here. What happened? Well, yeah, Izuku said. It was weird talking to the black screen computer. She looked over at the doctor, and he nodded encouragingly. I know it's dangerous, but All Might was my personal hero, and I always wanted to be like him, so I wanted to be a hero and save people like he does. That's a noble goal. Why was he your personal hero? Why is he not any longer? Izuku wiped her sweaty hands on her pants. Well, he told me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. I guess everyone else telling me didn't really sink in, but All Might himself, saying I couldn't, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. What a cruel thing to tell a child. Oh, no. I'm sure he had his reasons. Hero work is dangerous, after all. But it made me realize I really didn't want to deal with this prejudice anymore, you know? More than just All Might has judged you on your quirklessness? The doctor and I are both old enough to remember when quirks weren't as common. I can't imagine people have become more accepting of differences since our time. The doctor swished his mustache in agreement. No, not quite. Not quite? I've known this one boy, Kaken, since we were little. Our moms are friends. He told me to take a swan dive off the roof and hope I was born with a quirk in my next life the other day when he learned I was applying to the same hero school as him. The other kids do everything he does, too, so I can't have any friends. How terrible. Do the teachers help or hurt? That wasn't something Izuku had ever considered before. Hurt, I guess? I used to make better grades than Kaken, but that would make him angry, so the teachers kind of encouraged me to stop. Stop what? Making better grades than Kaken. Dr. Tsubasa shifted and huffed, folding his arms across his chest. He didn't seem very happy hearing that, but Izuku wasn't exactly sure why. That's an absurd reaction, Sensei said shortly. You deliberately score lower than your capabilities because the teachers didn't want to deal with temper tantrums from a single child. Abysmal. You shouldn't limit yourself for his sake, Dr. Tsubasa said, bringing his fist down onto his palm. Mustache bristled out. Now, doctor, we don't know the full situation. Ms. Midoriya clearly isn't safe if she stands out in any way. We can't in good conscience encourage her to put herself in danger. But, the doctor trailed off, sitting back and crossing his arms. He was clearly unhappy, but didn't want to say anything more. It took a second for Izuku to realize it, but he really was upset at her situation, not at her. It looks like I've run out of time, Sensei said. I'll have to go. Wait, Izuku said. But we didn't even get to talk about quirks. Never fear, young Midoriya, Sensei consoled her, sounding faintly amused through the tinny-sounding speaker. We will speak again. Soon, I'm sure. Sensei ended the call and Dr. Tsubasa stood up. Well, I think that went well for a first meeting. Sensei tires easily ever since the accident. I am sorry about your schooling situation, my dear. I do wish I could help. Izuku smiled at him. You already are. Just by listening, even if I don't get a quirk, it's nice to have someone to talk to. The doctor smiled underneath his mustache. That's good, my dear. I do wish there was some way for your school situation to get better. If only you had hard proof, but, he trailed off, shaking his head. Proof? Izuku asked. Proof that this boy is a bully, the doctor explained. Like a video of him tormenting you or other children. Oh, no, I don't think I could get that. I understand, my dear. It was just an idle thought, the doctor said gently. Why am I talking to a quirk coach now, though, before I have a quirk? Izuku asked, as much to change the conversation as out of curiosity. For exactly this reason. The doctor held his arms out. We need to know your previous relationship with other people's quirks and coach you through how to accept the new responsibility of a metapower. It wouldn't be responsible of us to give you a potentially powerful quirk and set you out on your own. What if you were an angry person, and wanted revenge on everyone who'd wronged you? That wouldn't be good. Oh, good point. Now, run along. I don't want you to be late getting home. Yes, sir. Have a good evening. Izuku left the convenience store at a run, trying to get home in time so that Mom wouldn't be suspicious of where she'd been. Mom thought that Izuku's study group with friends was a lot closer to their apartment than the lab was, so she'd asked Izuku to pick some groceries up on her way home before dinner. Now Izuku was running late, and she didn't want to make a habit of being late because if she did, Mom would want to know more about her friends and her study group. And considering they didn't exist, that would be a problem. So Izuku was running and not paying very much attention to her surroundings when she felt her wallet slide out of her pocket. She stopped and turned to see the wallet zipping through the air away from her. Hey, she shouted, running after it. Get back here. It had to be the effect of someone's quirk, Izuku knew that much, but they couldn't take her wallet. In a burst of speed she caught it and then realized the dark alley she was in. Two tall men stepped out of the shadows. One was thin, with shoulder-length blonde hair framing his face, and the other was bald and muscular. Izuku immediately thought of the slime villain, but shoved her fear down. Pickpockets weren't murderers. Just give us the wallet, kid, and we'll let you leave, one of them, the one with crystals for hair, said. Was that your quirk? Izuku asked the other one. You can make objects come towards you? Yeah, the smaller man said. It's called larceny. Now hand over the wallet, we don't have the time to chat. Izuku wrinkled her nose. That's an awful name. Makes you sound like a villain. Both of them laughed. We are villains, kid. Look where you are right now. And why you're here. Well, it's kind of similar to my mom's quirk, and she's not a villain, so why should you be? I have a quirk that's good for stealing stuff and he makes fake gemstones, so what else would we be? Izuku shrugged. Normal people, with normal jobs? Your quirks don't define you, you know? Even as she said it, she felt a tinge of hypocrisy. They were criminals for their quirks, but Kogu was going to be a hero because of his quirk, and Izuku was worthless because she didn't have a quirk. She knew that. Why did she try to tell them any differently? The smaller man snorted. He seemed to be the brains of the operation. You don't know anything about it. They threw me out on the street when they found out the crystals I made were cheap counterfeits, the crystal man said sadly. Izuku didn't know what to say to that. And every job I have, if anything gets nicked, I'm the one who loses their job. Never even an investigation. Everyone decided since my quirk is villainous, that's what I am. Never anything more. What's the point in trying, even? You do sometimes steal things, though, the more muscular man said. The thinner one bristled. Yeah, and? Everyone treats me like I kill kids for fun, just 'cause I took some extra cash once to try and buy my girl flowers. He shook himself, and turned back to Izuku. Just give us the wallet, and the groceries, and move on. Groceries? They wanted her groceries? Are you too hungry? She asked. Obviously. We're stealing pocket change from a 12-year-old. Oh, right. She resisted the urge to correct them about her age. Izuku looked down at her groceries and wallet. Yeah, I can give you the groceries. I'll just tell Mom I forgot to get them. And can I just give you my cash, instead of the whole wallet? I have my ID and stuff in there, you don't need that, but I do, and it's really a pain to get a new ID card, school gets really upset at issuing new ones. Izuku devolved into mumbling as she got the bills out of her wallet and put them in the bag, and held it out to the two men. Are you not scared of us? The crystal man asked. Izuku shrugged. I guess? But I can't imagine what it's like to be hungry, and I know what it's like to be judged based on your quirk, so... Here, take it. Izuku took another step closer with the bag. The crystal man seemed hesitant, but the smaller man snatched it from her. Oh yeah? What's your quirk, then? Something worse than your mom's, he had a sneer to his tone. Izuku hunched her shoulders. No. I'm quirkless. So? Not a villain, but definitely useless. The two of them were silent for a second, then the crystal man slapped the other man's shoulder. Give the damn bag back, he said. He sounded tired. The smaller man looked like he was about to argue, so Izuku held her hands up, starting to back out of the alleyway. No, don't worry about it. You keep it. Have a good meal. She waved at them as she turned and ran out onto the sidewalk next to the street, this time keeping her wallet in her hand. Izuku woke up tired the next morning. It wasn't a school day, so she stayed in bed for a bit, thinking. There was a lot to go through. Everything with the doctor and trying to get a quirk, her talk with Sensei, and the two unfortunate men from last night. And then of course there was still the whole issue to work through with All Might telling Izuku she couldn't be a hero. Both Dr. Tsubasa and Sensei didn't like that she was purposely scoring lower than Kaken on tests. Should Izuku change that? Should she start trying to stand up to him again? Or at least just stand up for herself? The doctor had also mentioned that maybe a video of Kaken bullying the students might be good. That could be easy enough to get. If you followed Kaken around long enough, there would be plenty of examples of him picking on the other students. But what would happen to her if she did start standing up to him again? What would he do? He'd stopped being mean to her quite as much since the slime villain incident, but if she did anything to get his attention again, that would change, she was certain. Wouldn't a hero stand up to someone who acted like Kaken, though? He thought of himself as a hero, obviously, but Sensei and Dr. Tsubasa didn't seem very convinced. The doctor certainly seemed to think that he shouldn't be allowed to act that way. Maybe that was just because Izuku hadn't been very nice the last time she'd talked about him, though. Izuku wished that getting a quirk would fix all of these problems, but she was beginning to see there were a lot more issues than just having a quirk. Both of those men from last night had been forced into lives of crime because their quirks didn't allow anyone to see them any differently. Finally, she couldn't take just thinking anymore, so she got her phone and started perusing hero forums. Someone had posted a long comment comparing endeavors and All Might's different brands of heroics, so Izuku started watching videos of the two heroes, both while they were fighting villains and how they spoke to the media and civilians. She took notes, too. It was still sort of calming to take notes on heroics, analyzing everything she could. This notebook was the same one that Kaken had exploded and All Might had signed and then Endeavor had burned. It was almost filled, now, and the pages were still in surprisingly good condition. Izuku had been writing down what she and the doctor discussed and what tests she was going through. She was also planning to include what Sensei had said. It was turning into a journal as much as it was a heroics analysis book, but maybe that wasn't a bad thing, so long as she had some way to record the process when she got a quirk. If she got a quirk, she shouldn't consider that as a given, yet. What if the doctor didn't find anything that worked with her DNA? Izuku shook her head, pushing those thoughts away. She wouldn't focus on that. She finished the videos and her notes on them, and was about to start writing about her talk with Sensei when she heard a knock on the front door. Who was it? Had Mom been expecting someone? She heard Mom's soft footsteps go to the door and leaned over to check the time. It was pretty early, but maybe Mom had invited Aunt Mitsuki over for brunch? Izuku was stuck wondering if she should walk out for food to see who it was or stay in like a hermit when Mom called her out, making the decision for her. ᴚᴡᴜ knocked twice on the door and stepped back, waiting for it to open. A small, plump woman with dark green hair pulled back into a half-up ponytail opened it, blinking at him in surprise. "Hello, Mrs. Izuku Midoriya?" He waited a beat for her to nod before continuing. "My name is Tsukachi ᴚᴜᴜ. I'm a detective with the police force. Is your daughter Izuku Midoriya home right now?" Mrs. Midoriya looked alarmed. "Izuku? Yes, she's home. Is something wrong?" ᴚᴜᴜ smiled soothingly. "Everything is fine, I'd just like to talk to her about an incident yesterday. Is that all right?" Mrs. Midoriya didn't look even slightly calmer about that. Yes? Of course, come on in. Would you like some tea?" She held the door open for him. "Yes, please, that would be wonderful." ᴚᴜᴜ took his hat off and hung it on the coat rack inside the door. "Izuku, sweetie? There's a police detective here to see you," Mrs. Midoriya called, concern clear in her voice, as she walked into the kitchen. A bedroom door opened. "To see me?" Izuku walked into the living room where ᴚᴜᴜ was, looking curious. ᴚᴜᴜ studied the teen in front of him. She was only a bit taller than her mother, and practically a beanpole with curly hair where her mother had straight. But her freckled face was kind, even if she was looking at the detective with some worry right now. "Yes, I'd like to talk to you about an incident that occurred last night," ᴚᴜᴜ reiterated. He continued when they were all sitting around the dining table. "Did you run into these two men yesterday evening?" "We've been following them, trying to find their location, but all we saw was the two of them walking down an alleyway that you entered shortly after them." "Well, assuming that was you. Security cameras aren't always 100%. He took the blurry picture of Izuku out of the folder and showed it to the two of them, waiting for Izuku to nod confirmation that she was the one in the photo before continuing, adding the pictures of the two known villains as well while activating his quirk. "Their names are ᴜᴜ-ᴜᴜ and ᴜᴜ-ᴜ. Yes, I did see them," Izuku said, clearly uncomfortable. "Did they steal anything from you?" "We've had reports lately that they'd been pickpocketing from people around the area." "There hasn't been anything aggressive yet," ᴚᴜᴜ said, as much to calm Mrs. Midoriya down as anything. "But since they have been active criminals, we thought it best to speak to anyone they might have had contact with." "No, they didn't steal anything," Izuku said. ᴚᴜᴜ felt a twinge. "Not a lie, but not the full truth. What was your interaction with them?" ᴚᴜᴜ asked. Izuku sighed, looking up at her mother and then down at the table, hunching her shoulders together. "I was leaving the convenience store with some groceries and on my way home when one of them whisked my wallet out of my pocket. I went after my wallet, and both of them stepped out and told me to leave the wallet and the groceries with them." "Truth, all of it?" "Izuku." Mrs. Midoriya said, looking like she was at the point of tears. Why didn't you mention any of this to me? Because, Izuku looked from her mother to ᴄᴅᴄ, as if begging him to explain, or at least understand. And ᴄᴅᴄ did understand, even from just this brief time around the two of them. Mrs. Midoriya seemed a bit high-strung. You said you forgot to get the groceries. Sweetie, why didn't you tell me the truth? Mrs. Midoriya left her chair to hug her daughter. You must have been so scared. Why didn't you tell me villains stole from you? The police should have dealt with it last night. Izuku bore the hug with long-suffering patience. They didn't steal anything from me, she explained. I gave it to them. How come? ᴄᴅᴄ asked. Izuku shrugged as best she could while still being hugged by her crying mother. They seemed hungry. Truth. Were you hurt in any way? ᴄᴅᴄ asked. No, I'm fine. Truth. So the two men hadn't committed any actual theft, due to the young girl's kindness and generosity, and he doubted she would raise charges against them for threatening her if she was this kind-hearted. Oh, Izuku, but why would you put yourself in danger like that? It seemed like the right thing to do, Izuku answered her mother. Truth. ᴄᴅᴄ smiled at that. You sound like a friend of mine. Are you considering being a hero or anything? Mrs. Midoriya tensed as she released her daughter, and Izuku looked a bit sad. ᴄᴅᴄ had clearly hit a nerve. Izuku shrugged. I was thinking about it, but someone actually suggested I be a police officer instead. She rubbed the back of her head, finally free from her mother's embrace since Mrs. Midoriya had gone back to her own seat. I'm quirkless. Her eyes darted from the tabletop to ᴄᴅᴄ to gauge his expression and back down again. ᴄᴅᴄ nodded. I think you could make a wonderful police officer with your attitude towards doing the right thing. Have you thought about getting an internship or anything? Izuku shook her head. No, not really. Is that an option? ᴄᴅᴄ nodded. It is. It's a great learning experience. Izuku looked a bit reticent. I'm not sure. People don't tend to like that I'm quirkless. ᴄᴅᴄ grimaced. That was an unfortunate truth. Well, Toshi had been quirkless too, and he'd gotten lucky when someone had decided to mentor him. ᴄᴅᴄ was no Nana Shimura, but perhaps he could still help? He took out one of his business cards. Here. You two think about it, and if you're interested, give me a call. I could use an intern, and I don't care if you're quirkless or not so long as you do good work. Sound like a deal? Tsukachi didn't actually know much about middle schoolers or high schoolers or what age they started internships. Izuku might be a bit young for an official internship, but he had a good feeling about this. Maybe this could be considered a replacement for an after-school club activity or something? Izuku's eyes lit up. Really? She asked. You'd keep her safe? Mrs. Midoriya asked. ᴄᴅᴄ laughed. Of course. It's unlikely she'd leave the station, even. And if she went on a ride along, she'd stay in the car the whole time. Izuku picked the card up gingerly, examining it. Thanks, she said. ᴄᴅᴄ bowed. And thank you for the information about the two men. I'm glad you're safe. I'll contact you if I have any more questions. Hey, Bakugo, a kid yelled at Katsuki, swaggering out of a nearby classroom with three of his friends behind him, sneering. We got a problem with you. I don't give a fuck, Katsuki snapped, pushing past them when they tried to stand in front of him. He didn't want to deal with this shit right now. He was in a bad mood because Deku had scored higher on than him on a fucking math test. Katsuki had barely kept from exploding the whole fucking room. It was embarrassing to be shown up by the little twerp. He needed to study more. And maybe kill Deku. I'm going home, he told the other kids. But the leader pushed him back, instead of letting him walk through. No, he said. You think you're so tough? You're always acting like you own the whole damn school. We're going to teach you a lesson. Think you're still so tough without your cronies following you? Katsuki snorted. They'd pissed him off, now. He'd send them crying home to their mommies and then be on his way. I'll fucking show you how tough I am, how about that? Katsuki lunged, hitting the leader in the jaw with a right hook before he could get his arms up to defend. Only one of the three friends was fast enough to go on the attack, and Katsuki easily dodged the haymaker he threw, grabbing his arm and kneeing him hard enough in the stomach to make the kid double over. Katsuki popped off his quirk, making the last two kids flinch away from him. He followed up and punched one of them in the nose, making the boy yelp and back away, clutching a bloody nose. The next one went down with an elbow to the temple. Luckily, none of them had offensive quirks, otherwise he might have actually had to break a sweat putting them in their place. Fucking stay down, he snarled at them, kicking one kid who was trying to get up. And don't piss me off again, you damn losers. Katsuki rolled his shoulders, about to start back on his way home, when he saw Deku in a nearby hallway. What the fuck are you doing? He snarled at her. Were you working with these motherfuckers, you quirkless wannabe? Izuku yelped. No, I wasn't. I was, well, Kaken clearly wasn't willing to listen. He was charging already. Izuku had only seen an opportunity to video Kaken like the doctor had suggested, but she hadn't wanted him to see her and assume she was helping the other students. Izuku turned and ran. What was the best route to take to lose him? Where? She barely avoided running straight into a teacher, skidding to a stop just in time. Ms. Midoriya. What on earth is going on? Bakugo was right behind her, and spoke before she could. She was working with a bunch of kids who just jumped me in the hall. Katsuki said. She was trying to get me beat up. No. I wasn't doing that, I promise I wasn't. Ms. Midoriya. I'll have you know that trying to get one of your fellow classmates hurt like that is punishable by expulsion. How could I convince other students to beat Kaken up? I don't even have friends. Both the teacher and Kaken paused and looked at her, looking a bit surprised. Well, the teacher started, considering. Perhaps you were too quick to judge, Mr. Bakugo? Maybe, Kaken admitted grudgingly. Either way, Ms. Midoriya, that was no reason to go running through the halls like a crazy person. Next time, try to calmly explain the situation to him. I tried, he wouldn't listen, but that didn't matter, because the teacher wasn't listening either. Communication is key, Ms. Midoriya. Detention, for causing a ruckus. Even after school hours you aren't allowed to run through the halls. Mr. Bakugo, you should know better, but I understand your motivations regardless. She gave Bakugo a look that said I'm not happy with you. Bakugo basically ignored that, barely keeping the victorious smirk off his face at Izuku's punishment. Come on, now, Mr. Bakugo, let's go deal with those ruffians who you say jumped you. Izuku's blood curdled at the injustice of it all, but she wasn't stupid enough to hang around any longer, so she ducked her head with a quick apology and walked as quickly as she could to the school exit. Bakugo couldn't follow her if the teacher was with him. Once safely at home, Izuku checked the video she'd managed to get of Kaken's fight, watching it a couple of times over. To Izuku's mind, it looked like Kaken had instigated a fight. Izuku hadn't stopped the video when Kaken had charged her, so she'd recorded the teacher giving her detention as well. But would anyone else see it that way? Aside from Sensei and Dr. Tsubasa, of course. They'd probably justify Kaken's actions, saying he was provoked by the other students or something, like the teacher had done. Izuku imagined bringing the video to Detective Tsukachi. How would he react to this? It was clearly a misuse of Kaken's quirk, but she didn't think it would be enough for Tsukachi to do anything about it. Izuku sighed, dropping her phone onto the table and putting her face in her hands. She wondered if it was because Kaken knew she was getting better grades than him now and was mad about it. She'd expected this to happen, but it still wasn't fun. Like he needed any more reasons to hate her. Well, this hadn't worked. But if there was one thing Izuku was, it was determined. So she'd pick herself back up, and find a new way to get to her goal. It was upsetting that Kaken was so difficult, but there was nothing more that Izuku could do about it. So she'd avoid him and his cronies for the rest of the school year. During the next few weeks, Izuku visited the lab infrequently, sometimes for quirk testing with the doctor, and sometimes to talk with sensei. Dr. Tsubasa had found out that Izuku's genetic code was best suited to emitter-type quirks after the tests they'd run, both on Izuku and on the sample of hair Izuku had gotten from her mother's brush one weekend morning while she was out grocery shopping. Izuku was glad about that. She didn't much like the idea of getting a mutant quirk halfway through her teen years. The doctor said things were looking promising, and he'd be able to start Izuku on shots to alter her DNA genome, which would eventually alter into a quirk. Well, should alter into a quirk. Dr. Tsubasa and Sensei were both optimistic about the success of the project, but Izuku didn't want to hope too much, after so many years, that she would finally get a quirk. While the possibility of getting a quirk was absolutely something that Izuku was looking forward to, somehow her talks with Sensei were even more exciting. Initially Izuku had been confused why someone who was an actual doctor referred to anyone as Sensei still, but after listening to him and talking to him, she had started to understand why. Despite the injuries he'd received years ago and only hearing him through the speakers, he somehow seemed to fill the room with his presence. He knew so much about quirks, too. It was as if he'd written the books on them. He could easily answer any question that Izuku had. And the doctor was there, and he was kind and approachable. If he weren't in the room while she was talking to Sensei, she wasn't sure she'd be able to keep her head on straight. She'd probably end up mumbling to him and embarrassing herself, but the doctor's companionable presence helped calm her. Interestingly enough, Sensei didn't actually talk to Izuku as much about quirks as she would have thought after the first few sessions. He asked her about her notebooks and for some details of her analyses and what she thought of hero strategies, both their weaknesses and strengths, but a lot of what he asked her about was her opinions of the heroes themselves, and what she thought about hero society. Izuku hadn't had an easy time answering any of his questions. Do you see heroes as good, and villains as bad? Sensei asked, in his quiet, powerful voice. Dr. Tsubasa bristled his mustache at the question, which Izuku had come to understand meant either that he was thinking or amused about something. Izuku paused. If you'd asked me a few weeks ago, I would have said yes, and I'd still say generally that's true, but... But what? Sensei asked, when Izuku didn't continue on her own. But it seems more complicated than that. In what way? Sensei prodded again. Izuku had never had adults listen to her to the extent that Sensei and the doctor did. Sometimes it could still be intimidating. Izuku getting better at not mumbling and rambling, at least. It was easier to talk knowing that they'd both take the time to listen to her. Well, it seems like a lot of the heroes I've seen are, I guess the consequences of their actions aren't all good, I think. Not like they mean them to be. Izuku paused, tapping her finger against her leg as she thought. I went and watched videos of Endeavor taking down villains. He's not even slightly considerate of stopping collateral damage. How is that heroic? His actions could get people hurt. I always looked up to All Might, but the one time I actually met him and asked him for advice, he didn't even give me a chance. And then there's Bakugo. He's the class bully, he really is. Dr. Tsubasa had asked her why she called him Kaken, and Izuku had said it was because they'd grown up together and were friends. He just bristled his mustache and said nothing at the time, but Izuku had come to realize that the two of them really weren't friends, and probably never had been. Their mothers were friends, they were not. So Izuku had started calling him Bakugo. It was only to Sensei and the doctor, but it was still nice to put that sort of distance between the two of them. But everyone looks up to him, practically worships him, because of his quirk and because he says he wants to be a hero. Even the other heroes around the slime villain didn't do everything they could have to keep us safe. It's just, heroes don't always act very heroic. Izuku winced. That seems like a mean thing to say. Dr. Tsubasa tooted. I don't think speaking the truth of your experiences is mean. It is necessary to expose these ugly truths, sometimes, Sensei said smoothly. Nothing can improve if we do not admit that there are wrongs in the world that need to be corrected. Yeah, I guess so, Izuku said. And everyone that's called a villain isn't all bad, either. At least I don't think so. I'm not sure. Yes? What makes you say this? Did something happen? Sensei asked. Izuku scratched her arm. Sort of, she said. A pickpocket stole my wallet a little while ago, and I caught it before it actually got to him. He and his friend didn't really give off really bad vibes, like they were murderers or anything, so I kind of talked to them for a bit. Izuku looked at the doctor through her eyelashes, waiting for him to chastise her for being foolish. All he did was bristle his mustache, so Izuku continued. They basically said that they had villain quirks, so they'd never really gotten the chance to have regular lives. They were hungry. I gave them my groceries and pocket change. I felt bad. That was very kind of you, Dr. Tsubasa said reassuringly. You're not upset with me for doing something dangerous? We trust you to make the right decisions, Sensei said. You have good sense. Izuku beamed at that, at both the dark laptop and the friendly doctor. Thanks. Izuku, honey? Mom's face peered around Izuku's bedroom door, looking characteristically worried. Izuku looked up from her homework. Izuku could tell just from Mom's expression that this wouldn't be a conversation either of them enjoyed. Yes? Detective Tsukachi sent me some paperwork. Can we talk about this? Izuku sighed. Sure. Her mom wouldn't go away without some sort of discussion, Izuku knew. She wasn't looking forward to this, though. She followed her mother into the living room where her mom had the papers from Tsukachi spread out on the coffee table. They sat on opposite ends of the couch. I've been looking through the documents that I have to sign to allow you to work with the detective, Mom started carefully, looking at the papers on the coffee table. Sweetie, some of this is dangerous. Are you sure you? Yes, Izuku said shortly. They'd had similar conversations in the past. It was frustrating that they were going through this again. Sweetie, her mom tried again. I know you want to be a hero, and I know that won't work out, but police work is really dangerous too. I know they're not allowed to use their quirks, but I am still going to be a hero, Izuku said hotly, already feeling tears building. I am. I've applied to UA and everything. That's not what I meant, I want you to be safe. Mom's eyes were starting to look damp, too. And I will be. The detective will make sure of that. Don't you trust him? Yes, but it's not just this that I'm concerned about. I'm worried about your future, too. Izuku barely kept herself from sighing and dropping her head in her hands. It was still the same conversation. Again. Being a hero is dangerous, her mom continued. She could see that Izuku didn't want to talk about it and was soldiering on anyway. And you, not having a quirk. That makes it worse. I'm glad the detective mentioned police work as an alternative, but, Izuku, you really need to think this through. I have, Izuku said, before her mom could say anything more. I have. I think learning about police work from the detective will be an excellent addition to my resume as a hero. Mom sighed and folded her hands in her lap, squeezing her fingers together. Baby. I know, Izuku enunciated clearly, what I am signing myself up for. I can do this. I will do this. Thanks to Sensei and Dr. Tsubasa, being labeled as quirkless hopefully wouldn't be a concern for much longer, but she wasn't going to tell her mother that she'd gotten a quirk from a lab. The bullying won't stop in hero school, Izuku, Mom said quietly. I know that's what you want, but it's not going to stop. Obviously that was something that Izuku wanted, but she knew that people would have kept bullying her for being quirkless at UA if she got in. When she got in. Because she'd get in and be a hero with or without a quirk. I know that. I don't care. But if you went to a normal high school, it'd be okay. No, it wouldn't. People would find out I'm quirkless and it would be the same thing all over again. Mom always had such an optimistic view of people. Izuku had learned better. Not at a new school, with better teachers, who could keep you safe. UA will have teachers that could keep me safe better than anyone else. They have pros teaching the classes. But the other students are more dangerous, there. I'm already not safe, anywhere, Mom. At least this way maybe I can save others, too. Learn to save others. Izuku, please, just let me finish. Mom was definitely crying now. Izuku chewed her lip, waiting for her to continue. I know this is a lifelong passion for you. I can see that I won't be able to dissuade you from going down this path. But I am your mother, and I want you to be safe. As safe as possible, she amended, when she saw Izuku open her mouth. Please just tell me you'll tell me and your teachers if any of the other students cause any problems for you, okay? Mom, I can deal with it myself. Sweetheart, I know that, but you shouldn't have to. You have friends at school, your new study group? You'll be leaving all of them except for Kaken if you get into UA. I don't need Kaken, Mom, but Mom cut her off before she could finish and come up with something to hide who Bakugo actually was from her mother again. I don't know why you don't rely on Kaken more, Because he's the main problem. Izuku almost yelled, then sighed, and slumped back against the couch cushions. She hadn't meant to say that. What? Her mother asked hesitantly, momentarily too shocked to continue crying. He's the main problem, Izuku confided. I never told you because I know you're really close with Aunt Mitsuki, but, yeah. He's one of the worst ones. Mom was quiet for a minute, and it was hard for Izuku to watch her shrink into herself. I wish you'd told me anyway. Izuku shrugged. It's fine. It's not like you could have done anything. All of the teachers always believe everything he or his friends say, anyway. And he's mostly sort of stopped, since that slime villain incident. Mostly. So long as Izuku never did anything to get Bakugo's attention. That really didn't scare you away from hero work? Mom asked, her eyes wet. Or the other villains you talked to? Izuku shook her head. Mom didn't say anything, just continued to sit quietly. Will you sign the paperwork? Izuku asked. Her mother didn't answer, wiping her eyes with a tissue instead. Please? Just give me this chance? Mom took a shaky breath, and then another. She nodded. All right, sweetheart, I will. Izuku rubbed the toes of her red shoes together as she waited in the reception area of the police department. She'd mentioned to the doctor and Sensei that the detective had talked to her about an internship, and Sensei had quite liked the idea. But it's just a failsafe, in case I can't become a hero, Izuku had said. And Sensei had heard the insecurity in Izuku's voice and reassured her immediately, in that blunt yet soothing way of his. You will get a quirk, and you will be a hero. One way or another. I do not consider this as a failsafe. But you have an opportunity to learn about the other side of the hero industry. Heroes arrest villains, people who are powerful and desperate enough to put the well-being of the general public at risk. It is, by its very nature, easy to see everything as black and white, as good or bad. But the police force? That is filled entirely with shades of gray. Some police officers are good, some are not. And some villains are really just people who need more help than they've been given. It will be good for you to see that. Izuku had nodded at that, understanding. And then Izuku had had to console her mom multiple times that she would stay safe. Mom had nearly had a nervous breakdown over the release forms and non-disclosure agreements that Mom had had to sign that allowed Izuku to do any of this. But the detective had accepted all of the paperwork and told Izuku he was looking forward to working with her, so now Izuku was here, in the police station after school, waiting to meet him. Izuku looked up when she heard a commotion at the doors of the station. One man, mostly ordinary looking, was in cuffs, and laughing as the police officers around him tried to restrain him and bring him into the station. It was one cuffed man against 3 officers and he was throwing them off like they didn't even matter. Izuku couldn't tell what sort of quirk he had, but it must be helping him if he was that strong. Someone just tase him already. Izuku heard someone call as more officers from the bullpen came forward to help their comrades. He just shakes it off. It's that damn quirk. We're more likely to tase each other than him anyway, another officer yelled to the first as the scuffle continued. At one point the cuffed man was slammed into the floor in front of Izuku. He looked up at her with a leer, cheeks red and eyes unfocused. Hey there, girlie, what are you doing here? Izuku blanched, but didn't have to respond before one of the officers was hauling him up and away again, apologizing to Izuku for the trouble. "I'm sorry you had to see that." Izuku jumped when she realized that Detective Tsukachi was standing right next to her. He must have come up when Izuku was distracted by the man being arrested. She leapt up to greet him. "Oh, it's fine. It's no problem. I'm sure that's normal for a police station, right?" Tsukachi grimaced. "Unfortunately, yes. He's a bit of a drunkard, so he's a regular in the jail when he's had too much. Which is usually about 3 to 4 times a week." "What's his quirk?" Izuku asked, as Tsukachi led her into the bullpen. "Durability," Tsukachi said. "Basically it's very, very difficult to injure him. So getting drunk like he does doesn't have the negative effects on his liver or anything that it would normally, and he can fight harder than other people because he doesn't get hurt." Tsukachi shook his head. "It's frustrating to see someone with that kind of quirk who's determined to abuse it." Tsukachi led her through the bullpen and into a small office that seemed organized despite the papers and files in neat piles over every available surface that wasn't the 2 chairs or the floor, as well as a bookshelf packed with books. It looked like they were double-stacked. Izuku was certain the filing cabinet would be completely filled as well. "Go ahead and pull the chair around so you can see my screen and see what I do," Tsukachi said, and Izuku did so as he sat down and started the computer up. "I'll start with just showing you some of the system, alright?" He used the man with the durability quirk, ᴡᴇ'ʟ, as an example, showing Izuku his rap sheet and the reports that were filed by the beat cops. Izuku noticed that the bars that ᴡᴇ frequented the most often were near this police precinct, which was probably why he ended up here so often. "I'll probably have you go through the officers' reports and check for grammar, spelling, and completeness. It's an annoying task for a supervisor to do, so it'd be a good thing for you to help with." "You think I could actually help with that?" Izuku asked. She was 14, after all. This would be adults' work she'd be correcting. "Yes," Tsukachi said with certainty. "I've seen your grades. I think you'll do fine. And I'll be checking your work to start with anyway, to make sure we're on the same page." "Oh, okay." Izuku doubted that she'd be as helpful as he seemed to think she'd be, but she'd be willing to try, at least. This was better than any of the after-school clubs, anyway. If she was incompetent, she'd cause more work for Tsukachi, though. "I've also not mentioned to anyone that you're quirkless," Tsukachi said. "Obviously, they could look you up in the system and find out, but I figured there wouldn't be a need to announce it. It's up to you whether you want to tell people about it or not, alright?" Izuku nodded. "Thank you. That was very kind of him to consider." "Here," he said, setting a pile of papers in front of her. "Start going through these. Read them closely. If it seems like any details or anything are missing, use sticky notes to point it out, so you're not writing directly on the report. We can have the officer follow up with those details as soon as possible, that way they don't forget." "Okay. I need to run some errands, so I'll be back in a bit, alright?" "Okay." Izuku picked up the first report after Tsukachi left and started reading carefully through it. What was she actually supposed to fix? There were spelling errors. Well, it wasn't much, but it was something, at least. She'd make note of them anyway. After reading a few reports, she was starting to have a better handle on what the detective had meant by missing details. There were sometimes parts of the reports that didn't quite make sense. Izuku noted those down, too. None of them were serious issues. It looked like Tsukachi had only given her public disturbances or noise complaints. Soon enough, the detective came back. "How's it going?" he asked. It seems okay." To be honest, Izuku wasn't sure about any of her work, but Tsukachi had said he'd double-check her work, so that was good. "Let me see," he asked, holding out his hand. Izuku handed him the reports she'd looked through, and he flipped through them quickly. He paused a couple of times, and Izuku was worried she'd done something wrong, but at the end, he nodded. "Great work. Let me give these to the officers, and then we'll find something else for you to do." He walked out of the office again, leaving Izuku to check her phone, as if she had friends who'd text her until he came back. "Alright," he said, sitting down at his desk. "I've hit a bit of a roadblock in a robbery case I just got today. Want to look through it with me?" Izuku blinked, surprised. "Like real police work?" ᴘᴇ smiled. "Reports are real police work, too." "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean." ᴘᴇ waved aside her protestations. "Don't worry about it. Nobody likes paperwork. Why do you think I wanted an intern?" He held up a thumb drive. "So, new case?" "Yeah, sure." Izuku had no clue what he expected her to help with here, but she'd just agree and go along with it anyway. "So it's 2 robberies," the detective started, plugging the thumb drive into the computer. Ordinarily, that would be given to regular police officers, not a detective, but the MO on the robberies is the same, and while no one's been able to find any perpetrators yet, they are concerned that there are going to be more robberies. He clicked open the file explorer for the thumb drive. "We have a lot of security footage to go through. They robbed a hardware store a couple of weeks ago and then an electronics store earlier yesterday. We aren't actually sure of everything that was taken, but what we do know is they stole some cash from one of the tills, as well as some assorted computer parts from the electronics store and a drill and other power tools from the hardware store. A civilian on one of the scenes also complained that a pickpocket took their wallet, but we aren't sure that's related. Go ahead and get your notebook out. Take notes when you feel like you need to." Izuku nodded since she had already pulled her notebook out, and ᴘᴇ opened the security footage of the hardware store. At first, Izuku couldn't see what the problem was. It looked like a normal day, with shoppers entering and exiting the store with their carts. But when she saw an employee trying to wave down a man exiting the store with a full cart, only to be blocked by another shopper before he could reach the man, ᴘᴇ stopped the video. "That's our thief," ᴘᴇ said, pointing to the man with the cart. He resumed it, and the two of them watched the employee struggle to get around the other shopper as the man walked quickly out of the store. ᴘᴇ switched through the camera files until he found one video of the parking lot. The man pushed his cart of stolen goods to a van, loaded them into the back, and jumped in, closing the back door behind him. The van backed out and drove away. Izuku wasn't able to see the driver's face at all. "Is the other one similar?" Izuku asked. "Yep," ᴘᴇ said, and started the video. It was almost the same. A man, different from the first thief, walked out of the store with a loaded cart. An employee tried to stop him and was blocked by another shopper. He loaded all of the goods into a van and drove away. "Thoughts?" ᴘᴇ asked. Izuku racked her brain for what the detectives did in the crime procedurals her mom always watched. Fingerprints? Is the thief or the driver recognizable? Or maybe the license plates? No fingerprints recovered at the scene. The thief was wearing gloves. None of the faces caught on the security cameras match any government ID pictures, either. The license plates on the getaway vehicles are dead ends, they're fake. They're not registered to those vehicles, ᴘᴇ said, almost as an afterthought. "Oh, okay," Izuku said. That was pretty much it for her ideas. "So is the other shopper working with the thief since she's blocking the employees from reaching him? It sure is suspicious that it happened twice, isn't it? But we're not sure yet, we can't identify her either," ᴘᴇ said. For the next couple of hours, they went through all of the footage of the videos several times, trying to get clear images of the thief's face and tracing his movements through the store. Both times, the woman who blocked the employee entered the store before the thief did. ᴘᴇ focused the videos on her. "Are her eyes glowing?" Izuku asked, squinting at the subpar security camera footage. "Could it be a side effect of her quirk?" "Huh, I hadn't seen that before." "Most likely as a result of her quirk," ᴘᴇ said. "Let's search the database." They got several dozen results on women that had glowing eyes related to their quirk. ᴘᴇ frowned at the results. None of them had criminal records. So that's too many people to narrow it down much, unfortunately. "How does she know to block the employee?" Izuku asked. "It doesn't look like the thief is telling her or anything. The woman was never in view of the thief or the employee trying to wave him down, yet both times managed to time her movements perfectly so that she blocked them. And it doesn't look like she's wearing a headset or anything. No, ᴘᴇ agreed, he's doing a really good job of not looking suspicious by checking his surroundings constantly, and he's not talking into a phone or anything. Let's go ahead and watch again. ᴘᴇ pulled up the video of the exit and the video that best showed the woman. Her eyes were glowing the whole time and she positioned herself to block the employee at exactly the right time. The other robbery was the same. They couldn't see her eyes from the camera angle as she moved to block the employee, but when ᴘᴇ rewound the tapes and followed her through the store, Izuku spied her eyes glinting again. So how was that so coordinated? ᴘᴇ mused. Maybe something to do with her quirk? Glowing eyes with some sort of a surveillance quirk, you think? The two of them looked through the quirk database of women between 20 and 50 who had glowing eyes listed anywhere in their quirk description, but nothing stood out to either of them as a possibility. At one point, ᴘᴇ turned to Izuku. How long are you here for? He asked. I'm not sure. This wasn't the most structured after-school activity she'd ever attended. How long should I be here for? ᴘᴇ shrugged. Let's just make sure you're home in time for dinner with time to finish your homework, how about that? Yeah, that works. They tried to get a good look at the driver, but he was wearing a baseball cap that obscured most of his face. Notice, ᴘᴇ pointed out, he's wearing long sleeves and gloves, too. So he's covering up any jewelry he might be wearing, or tattoos, or things like that. And the way he's driving through the parking lot, I think he knows where the cameras are. Do you think they came to the store early to scope out where the cameras are? ᴘᴇ nodded. That seems likely. I'll ask for more security footage, but it'll be a chore to go through it since they're changing people in vehicles. Well, Izuku said, then stopped. It was probably too much conjecture. What's your idea? It's probably nothing, Izuku said. Let's try it anyway, your suggestions have all been good so far. Well, it was a woman both times who blocked the employee, right? What if it was the same woman both times? What if there's some sort of an illusion quirk at work? ᴘᴇ whistled. That's a thought. Illusion quirks are very regulated, but hard to track. More significant charges to use without a license. And it would explain why the database can't match their faces to anyone. It doesn't help us too much right now, but it's something to keep in mind. He leaned back into his chair. So, we've got at least 3 and at most 6 known perpetrators. Only guesses at their quirks, and only guesses at their motives and next moves. That doesn't seem like it was very helpful, was it? ᴘᴇ shrugged, seeming unbothered. Difficult case. They always take time, and this is how the process starts. That's why they gave it to a detective, instead of leaving it to the police officers to sort through. I'll keep working on things, see if I can't figure anything else out. Sometimes police work is slow like this. Unfortunately, we might not know more until they commit another robbery. He pushed his chair back, sighing. Well, time to head home for you, then? Yeah, probably for the best. I'll walk you to the bus stop, he said, standing up. Izuku followed suit. Thanks. It was right next to the police station, so that probably wasn't necessary, but it was kind of him to offer. If I find anyone to interview on the case, I could try to time it so you can tag along, if you're interested. Might give you a better picture of what police work could be than just sitting in the office the whole time. Yeah, that'd be cool. Question, Izuku said, as they were waiting at the bus stop. ᴘᴇ looked at her expectantly. Do you know anywhere I can learn some combat skills or something? I want to be a hero, even if I am quirkless, but I'll probably need to know some martial arts at least since I don't have any quirk to rely on. The words all came out in a rush, and once she was done talking, she winced. She'd hoped she'd outgrown rambling after talking to Sensei and Dr. Tsubasa so much, but apparently not. The detective didn't seem bothered by her word vomit though. There are plenty of martial arts dojos around town, why don't you try one of those? Izuku said, rubbing the toe of her shoe against the pavement. My mom? She's always been terrified of me getting hurt, so she won't exactly let me join one of those? Yeah, I could see that, Tsukachi mused. Well, I can probably show you some martial arts, if you want. It would be a pretty limited education, but it's a start, at least. That would be great. After that, I think some of my officers have programs for kids to learn self-defense, so we can always sign you up for that. I'm sure we can convince your mom that that's a smart move for anyone. Okay, thanks. Izuku said. A friend of mine recently asked for a workout and diet program for a middle school student about your age. Would you like me to send the program I come up with to you, too? Yeah, thanks. I'd really appreciate that. That way I can maybe be prepared for the entrance exam for UA. Izuku would take all the help she could get. She really didn't have any clue of what she was doing. Tsukachi nodded. I'll send it to you and your mother, alright? Oh, and I hope you enjoyed the work. You did good today. Oh, thanks? She really didn't think she had done anything, but that was nice of him. She waved goodbye as she got on the bus. Izuku sat on her bed and crossed her legs, breathing deeply, staring at the pencil in front of her. Dr. Tsubasa had started her on the quirk medicine, and said that by now she should soon have a quirk. Through the process of elimination, they'd found out that her mom's DNA and quirk was best suited to Izuku, so they'd gone ahead and used that. It made Izuku happy that she'd be getting her mother's quirk. That felt more natural, somehow, than getting a stranger's. Of course, nothing had happened immediately after the shot. The doctor had explained that that was to be expected, and that it would take time to change her genetic code and for the quirk to manifest. Izuku had been trying every morning to see if anything had changed, but so far, nothing. It didn't help that she had no idea what she was looking for. She'd like to ask her mom what using her quirk felt like, but mom had pretty much stopped using her quirk ever since Izuku had been shown to be quirkless, so any questions like that might make mom suspicious. She was already asking to meet Izuku's study group friends, and Izuku was carefully having to field those questions to keep mom from figuring out that she had no study group friends, and that was her cover for visiting the lab. What would pulling small objects to her feel like? Izuku wasn't sure right now how she could make that into a quirk that would be usable as a hero, but she'd make it work. If she ever got the quirk. But she had to get the quirk first. Dr. Tsubasa had also mentioned that even though the quirk was her mother's, it most likely wouldn't manifest in quite the same way. He hadn't been able to answer how it would change. There still wasn't enough research done on any of this. Izuku had looked it up on her own as well. There really wasn't any reliable way to predict how a quirk would change from parent to child. It was both frustrating and exciting to be on the cutting edge of research. Izuku had asked if she'd get a paper written about her, if the experiment was successful. The doctor had laughed heartily at that and said that yes, most likely she would, but her only credit would most likely be as an experiment number. That was good. Izuku didn't think people would like knowing that a hero had been given their quirk. That wasn't the way of things. But maybe it could be? Maybe, if someone could be tested and show that they were a good person, they could be given a heroic quirk? Or maybe just a useful quirk for something they wanted to do? Then more people who were genuinely good and caring could be heroes or follow their dreams more easily, and it wouldn't just be based on who was naturally born with the right quirk. That would help make things more fair, wouldn't it? Izuku might mention that to Sensei next session, and see what he thought about the idea. Dr. Tsubasa's work was supposed to help people, wasn't it? And giving people quirks that suited them and their goals would help people. Izuku shook her head. Now wasn't the time to focus on anything like that. Right now she needed to see if she had a quirk or not. She wouldn't be able to do anything if she didn't have a quirk. Izuku frowned at the pencil, willing it to move. Nothing. Sensei had taught her some breathing exercises that he said might help her become more in tune with the quirk as it developed. She could even slow her heartbeat down, now. So, Izuku slowed her breathing, closed her eyes, and focused all of her attention on that pencil, willing it to move closer to her. And then she felt a sort of pull in her gut that made shudder and open her eyes. Izuku blinked down at the pencil. When she'd first set it down, it had been parallel to the edge of the bed. Now, it wasn't. It wasn't much of a difference, but it was noticeable. Had it moved? Izuku had to clamp immediately down on the panicked excitement that crashed through her. Had she moved the pencil? No way to tell while she was this animated. It took longer, this time, to slow her breathing and get her heart rate down, but once she was there, she focused on the pencil again, closed her eyes, and did her best not to lose concentration when she felt that slight pull in her stomach again. But she did lose concentration when something bumped into her leg. She stared down at the pencil, now touching her leg when previously it had been about 2 feet away. She'd moved the pencil. She'd moved the pencil. With her mom's quirk. With her own quirk. Izuku grabbed a pillow to scream into it. She had a quirk. She had a quirk. She had a quirk, she had a quirk, she had a quirk. Izuku couldn't stop the few happy tears from leaking out of her eyes, but she got herself under control again and found a notebook and pencil, and opened it to start taking notes. She had work to do. She'd already written down everything she knew and could remember about her mother's quirk. Now to test all of that, and see what the differences were, and what the similarities were. And she'd have to practice a lot with the quirk to end up at all competitive with it. She'd be competing against others who had had their quirks for a decade, whereas she had only 9 months before the entrance exam. There was a lot of work to be done. Izuku didn't think catching up to the other students would be impossible, though. After all, she had Dr. Tsubasa and Sensei on her side, right? Izuku couldn't get the grin off of her face as she wrote. She'd go to the lab next week with results for the doctor and Sensei. Izuku could barely keep herself from running to the lab after school the next day. Miss Tanaka wasn't at the receptionist's desk, but the doctor had told Izuku a while ago that she could go into the back and knock on his door whenever she got here, so it wasn't like she had to wait to be checked in. Izuku would have liked to tell Ms. Tanaka about her new quirk. The two of them had become friends, and Mrs. Tanaka would often insist that Izuku take some candy that the receptionist kept for her. She'd certainly be thrilled to hear Izuku had a new quirk. Maybe she'd be here next time. Izuku knocked on the doctor's office door. She'd emailed him telling him about the quirk and what she'd found out about it on her own, so she knew he'd be in. He opened the door and beamed at Izuku. Ah. So our experiment worked, then? Izuku could only nod emphatically. She was so excited she was worried she was going to start crying. Let's test it, let's see this quirk. Dr. Tsubasa led Izuku down the hall to a large, open room. He said it would have been a properly set-up lab if they had the funding for it, but for now it would do for quirk testing. Were you ever able to find out more about your mother's quirk? How it works, and its side effects? Izuku winced. No, not really. After all of the work it had taken for Mom to be willing to sign Izuku's release forms to work with the detective, she hadn't wanted to risk pressing her about her quirk and making her suspicious. Well, no matter. Here, let me call Sensei, and then we can start some simple tests. He set the laptop on a desk pushed back against one wall and called Sensei. Once Sensei was on the line, the doctor turned back to Izuku. Right, so you said you could pull objects towards you? Izuku nodded. Yeah, not much, not large ones, and not ones that are very far away from me. The doctor nodded. I'm sure all of that will improve with practice, he said. Any side effects? Izuku said, it feels like it's pulling from here. She gestured. Where? Sensei asked. Oops, Izuku forgot he couldn't see. Lower abdomen, the doctor responded. Curious. If it were standard telekinesis, I would expect you to get a headache or something similar, but that's your center of gravity. It's possible you're using gravity as the basis of your telekinesis, with your center of gravity as the focus of the ability. Oh, Izuku said. What difference does that make? You say you can't move objects larger than you? No, nothing happened when I tried yesterday. With telekinesis, you would be able to move larger and larger objects as you improved. With what I'm thinking this quirk might be, it's possible that when you are proficient enough with it, if you use it against something with more mass than you will be moved instead of moving the other object. would probably make it possible to fly, or at least greatly improve your mobility, Dr. Tsubasa mused, bristling his mustache. Instead of having to lift something on which you are standing, you could just change your gravity to be pulled upwards by focusing on a tall building, or some such. Indeed. But this is all conjecture so far. Doctor, let's run some tests and see what we can figure out. Izuku almost squealed with excitement. Tsukachi had a pile of police reports waiting for Izuku the next time she came to the station. When she finished them, Tsukachi checked over her work quickly. "These look good," he said. "I really am impressed with your attention to detail. My officers could learn a thing or two from you. Now that we're done with that though, I have some more on the case we discussed from last time. Want to go over it?" "Yeah," Izuku said. Tsukachi pulled the files up on his desktop. "I went with your idea about the driver, that he has an illusion quirk, and I think I found something after cross-referencing that with previous BNES. He pulled up a rap sheet for a heavy-set man. This is Hensou Taniguchi. He has an illusion quirk that allows him to change the physical appearance of at least two people, but he can't change himself, and there's a distance limit on his quirk. I also combed through our list of women with glowing eyes as a quirk, and I found a couple of possible candidates, but this one is the most likely, I think." The file he pulled up this time didn't have a picture. Akari Nakamura is listed officially as having glowing eyes as a quirk. That's it. But, and this is the interesting bit, the quirk description was changed when she was a child. I can't find any records whatsoever of what her quirk used to be listed as, either, just that it was altered. So you think she might have a surveillance quirk or something like that and it was changed to just be glowing eyes? Izuku asked, able to keep up with his line of thinking. Tsukachi nodded. Why would anyone do that? Well, there are a number of reasons. One could just be poor paperwork. There could also be bribery involved, like maybe someone wanted to keep the actual quirk hidden. Keep the quirk hidden? How come? Powerful quirk holders are monitored by the government. It's all part of public safety. He shrugged. It's nothing too serious, usually just to make sure they're in control of their quirks enough so they don't accidentally cause chaos, but some people find it a hassle to deal with the requirements the government puts on them. And some criminals have the wrong quirk listed on purpose to throw heroes and police off of their trail. It's a harsher penalty when they're found out, though. Oh. I had no idea, she said. It's not something most people think about. Izuku wondered briefly if Bakugo went through any quirk monitoring before focusing on the case again. Do you have any idea what her quirk could be, yet? Or maybe an idea of the range of it, whatever it is? Tsukachi shook his head with a grimace. No idea on the quirk. Her range must not be too much though, since she's always directly involved in the crimes. As for the actual thief or thieves, I'm still not sure what's going on there. Tsukachi brought up blurry images of the two separate robberies. I haven't seen any evidence of a quirk, nor anything identifying about this guy. How sure are you about the other two? I'm not, really. Not about the woman, at least. I did go through security footage from the weeks before these two robberies. The driver, Hensou Taniguchi, looked to be canvassing the area, but that in and of itself isn't condemning. Unfortunately, a lot of this is conjecture. Oh. Have there been any other robberies? Possibly? I think there have been a couple of robberies associated with them, but that illusion quirk makes things hard to pin down. There was a false call to 911 for a fire truck last week. 2 people, a man and a woman, jumped the ambulance, took medical supplies and a set of jaws of life. Jaws of life? Hydraulic tools, typically used in rescues to pry open crushed car doors and the like. After that, there was an ATM robbery. A truck was smashed into an ATM, damaging it, and then the thieves used something, most likely the jaws of life, to pry the machine open and take the cash inside. Wow, Izuku said, trying to process it all. She didn't know the detective very well, and he didn't emote much, but he was much more animated talking about this than she'd seen him earlier. He really did seem to enjoy being a police detective. So if they've hit an electronics store and a hardware store already, why did they break into an ATM? It's possible they needed the money for something, or it was just an easy target. It's a lot of quick cash. Good question. He clicked, bringing up a map. Anyway, here are the locations of the 2 robberies, as well as where the firefighters were hit, and the ATM robbery. Now our job is going to be trying to figure out where they're going to hit next. ᴘᴇ brought up a map marked with the locations of all of the previous robberies. They all seems pretty close together, Izuku commented. They do, don't they? That probably means they're operating pretty close to their base. The 2 of them spent some time discussing possible locations for the next robbery. Izuku suggested the bank that was located near all of the previous robberies, but ᴘᴇ wasn't too sure that was a viable possibility. This would be a really small crew to pull off a bank robbery, he said, but we'll mark it down and I'll look into it. Yeah, Izuku said, it was just a thought. It's not as common as you would think, he said. Mostly it's saved for movies and TV shows because it's dramatic. How many bank robberies can you think of off the top of your head? All Might's dealt with a few dozen bank robberies over the years, Izuku said immediately. Oh, the detective asked, eyebrows raised. Ah, sorry. Izuku said, grimacing. I'm a bit obsessed with heroes in general, and All Might in particular. Ha! ᴘᴇ said. I'll keep that in mind. Thankfully, the detective didn't mention anything more about it. He didn't seem to think she was too weird or anything. They marked down several more options, discussing them together. Finally, ᴘᴇ sighed. Well, I think that's enough work for the day, he said, pushing his chair back. Want to go to the gym? You brought a change of clothes, right? Oh, yeah. ᴘᴇ led the way to the gym and pointed out where she could get changed. Once she was ready, he had her stand in front of him on the mats. So what do you know about fighting? Actual hand-to-hand, not just watching hero fights, ᴘᴇ smiled knowingly. Izuku said. What did she actually know? Nothing? ᴘᴇ nodded. Good. We'll start from the beginning then. Make a fist. Izuku did. ᴘᴇ examined it. Good. Wrist straight, thumb outside of the fingers. Otherwise you could break your thumb when you make impact. You're aiming to hit someone with these first 2 knuckles, right? ᴘᴇ said, tapping the knuckles at the base of his index and middle fingers. That way, the force of the punch is going to be transferred through the hand and wrist all the way to the elbow. If you hit with these knuckles, he tapped his ring and pinky finger knuckles, those aren't reinforced by the wrist and forearm. You'll just break the bones in your hand. Izuku swallowed hard. He'd mentioned breaking bones twice now, and they'd only just started? He moved on to show her how to hold her whole body, and then had her punch a punching bag a couple of times to get used to it. Now, I'll show you more, but I'd like for you to start thinking about actually fighting people hand-to-hand now. Let's compare our arm lengths. He stood facing Izuku and held his arm out, and Izuku did the same. You see how my fist is just about touching you, and yours is definitely not? Izuku nodded. Obviously. I'm shorter than you. I have shorter arms. ᴘᴇ nodded. Exactly. It's a good bet you're going to be shorter than most opponents you come up against. So, he lowered his arm and went into a boxing position. Where do I want you to be in relation to me so I can best hit you without taking any hits myself? He slowly extended his arm, miming punching her in the temple. At the end of your arm extension? Izuku used her forearm to push his fist away. Yes. And where do you want me to be, so you can best hit me? At the end of my arm extension, Izuku repeated. Good. And where is that? Closer? Yes. Show me. Izuku grimaced. They were already uncomfortably close, and she could see how her shorter reach would be a disadvantage for her if she got into any hand-to-hand fights. She edged closer. Good, now test that distance, like I did to you. Izuku mimed a slow punch to his chest. Good. Now, this is the distance you want to be from your opponents for your punches to land. I would want you a bit farther from me so I can cause maximum damage, but you'll have to get very close because you're small. Hand-to-hand fighting is close contact. Try to avoid being taken down for throws or grappling because you won't have the weight to break most holds. Wait, so? Izuku considered. Heroes like All Might and Endeavor primarily used punches in combinations with their quirks, possibly because they were so tall and had such a long reach. But lots of other heroes didn't. If I'm going to be shorter than a lot of villains, shouldn't I have some sort of way of fighting that doesn't require me to be quite so close? Yes, probably. Police have tasers and guns for that reason. What are you thinking? Izuku thought about it. She'd never be allowed to have a gun, for sure, at least not until she graduated high school, and that wasn't really a weapon she wanted to use anyway. What about, like, kicking, or a longer weapon, like a sword, or something? Tsukachi smiled. Good. I'm glad to see you're already thinking about this. I'll get you signed up for those classes I mentioned last time, and maybe they can show you how to use a weapon with more reach. Alright, Ms. Midoriya, let's try this again. Day 8, Test 13. Dr. Tsubasa called, his clipboard and timer ready. Izuku nodded. They were in the large, empty lab room again, running tests with her quirk. She focused on the baseball on the floor in front of her. There were distance markings in between her and the baseball to see how far she could move it. Izuku took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and reached for the baseball, pulling it towards her. She didn't stop until the baseball bumped against her foot. Already the weird gut-pulling sensation of using her quirk, and it was her quirk. That was still overwhelmingly exciting if Izuku thought about it too long, was easing unless she used it too much, in which case she could start getting an upset stomach. But it was worth it. She was already drastically better at using the quirk. Excellent. That was 40 feet that time. Let's scoot it back more, until you're unable to move it at all due to distance. It was the same acceleration rate as last time, so you're doing well controlling that. After some tests the first day, Dr. Tsubasa confirmed Sensei's theory about how her quirk worked. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't know too much about her mom's quirk, so she didn't know if that's what her mom's quirk was as well, but Izuku could pull any small object she focused onto her center of gravity. Dr. Tsubasa, Sensei, and Izuku had made up a series of tests to ascertain the initial limits of her quirk, and then Sensei had given her some exercises to practice at home to strengthen her quirk. Izuku had practiced faithfully, probably more than either the doctor or Sensei had thought she would. Now the tests they were running were to see how the exercises had improved her quirk usage. As she crouched to pick up the baseball and walk it out to the 45-foot mark, Sensei spoke. Ms. Midoriya, Sensei said, his voice crackling over the speaker. So far, you have only ever pulled objects to yourself. Are you able to push them away as well? Or is the quirk one-directional only? Izuku blinked. She hadn't even thought about that. It should theoretically work in reverse, right? What an interesting idea. Dr. Tsubasa clearly hadn't thought of it either. Ms. Midoriya, how about you try that? See if you can't push the baseball further away from you. And let me know when you lose contact with it, if you can. Okay. Izuku called back, leaving the baseball where it was. She waited for Dr. Tsubasa to call the new test number, then, focusing on the baseball again, Izuku called up her quirk, but this time pushed instead of pulled. It worked. Dr. Tsubasa called triumphantly. The ball had rolled slowly away from her. Do you know when you stopped using your quirk on it? Oh, right. Izuku had been so surprised at it working that she'd forgotten to communicate that. I'm not sure? She said. It's a lot more difficult to do. Is it more difficult to do because it's harder for your quirk to manage, or because you haven't practiced as much with that aspect of your quirk? Sensei asked. Izuku thought about it. Probably the latter? She said. Good. If you're willing, keep up with the exercises I've given you, but in the reverse direction as well. Absolutely. Good girl. Next week we'll try with differently sized objects, and see how those are affected. We need to find out if you can move objects larger than you or if you will be moved instead. Izuku nodded. Sensei had explained that either could be a possibility, but when Izuku had tried it on the first day, she couldn't even figure out how to pull anything larger than the baseball towards her. Sensei had put it down to Izuku not being proficient enough with her quirk and that practice would help, which had calmed Izuku down immensely. Sensei had said her quirk had a lot of potential, and Izuku could see what he meant. She was already thinking of all the ways this could be used for hero work. Right now, there weren't very many applications, but if this were stronger? Absolutely. Alright, the doctor said, bringing Izuku back from where she'd been imagining her life as a hero. Let's see if you can pull the ball towards you. It's not methodical, but I'll let that slide. If Izuku focused, she could sort of feel the presence of the baseball, even from that distance. You got it, she said. Day 8, Test 15. Izuku grinned. This was amazing. Well, Dr. Tsubasa said, watching the door the teenage girl had left out of, this looks promising, no? She has both a budding vendetta against heroes and loyalty to us as the ones who have gifted her with a quirk. Patience, my friend, Sensei said, sounding faintly amused. Don't be so eager to replace Tamura. The boy is unstable, Dr. Tsubasa said. This was a mild disagreement they'd had before. His instability makes him usable. We have no guarantees that young Midoriya would be as functional if she were to go through similar trauma. Was Tsubasa's only response as he leaned back in his seat, arms crossed. For a minute, there was only the faint electric hum of the fluorescent lights before Sensei spoke again. Still, as you say, this does look promising. She will serve as part of our plans, regardless if she takes center stage or stays in a supporting role. Do keep me apprised of her progress, won't you? Of course, of course. Your control over your quirk is improving remarkably quickly, Ms. Midoriya. Sensei's praise made Izuku feel like she was floating, and she couldn't stop herself from grinning. Thanks. I've been working at it, every day. She pretty much never stopped working at it, unless she was asleep, even if it meant shoving her pencil back and forth across her desk at school. She was now almost completely used to the weird gut-pulling sensation of the quirk, and it didn't make her feel sick anymore. Soon enough you might be able to fly. Dr. Tsubasa was proud of her too. You think it'll be enough for UA though? I don't have any idea what the entrance exams will be like. Izuku was more nervous about that than she'd like to admit, but it seemed like Sensei picked up on it anyway. Young lady, you can be a hero. If you keep up this level of dedication, I have no doubt you'll do well in the entrance exam. His steady confidence brought tears to her eyes. She wiped them as quickly as possible to keep them from spilling over. Those were the words she'd wanted to hear her entire life, and Sensei had just said them so simply, as if it was blatantly obvious. Izuku didn't know what she'd done to deserve such support, but she'd do anything to keep it. Dr. Tsubasa gave her a minute to get herself under control before he asked, "What are your opinions of hero society now, when you're well on your way to being a hero yourself?" Izuku took a deep breath, and thought about it. I was always told that all people are created equal. But when I was 4, and all of the other kids' quirks started showing up, and mine didn't, I learned that we aren't all created equal, despite what everyone said. She looked up at the doctor and the speaker, feeling determined. But that doesn't mean we all shouldn't be treated equally. I want to help create that world. That world where we're all treated equally. Izuku clenched her hands into fists. That's the world I want to fight for. Izuku thought of the two villains in the alleyway, of giving them her groceries so they'd have food to eat. And maybe villains wouldn't even exist in that world, because they wouldn't need to be dishonest or do bad things to survive. That is a noble goal. Dr. Tsubasa clapped his hands together. You'll have to work very hard for that, Ms. Midoriya. Sensei's voice was soft. I've been fighting an unfair fight my whole life. I can do this. I know I can. I would like to help you, young lady. Oh, you already have, you've done more than anyone else, I couldn't ask you for anything more. I want to believe in your world, too. I want to help you get there. I believe you will be a powerful force for change. Will you accept my help? Izuku blinked. Would she accept his help? Of course. I just don't want to risk disappointing you, and I don't know if there's any way for me to pay you back for everything you've already done, so I don't know if you should help me any more than you already have. Izuku drifted into silence as she realized she'd started rambling. The doctor was smiling at her. Sensei chuckled. We can discuss you paying me back later if you insist on paying me back at all. I want to help you. Will you accept my help? He asked again. Izuku nodded. Yes, I will. She owed it to him to do her best, and she would pay him back for his help. One day, when she was a hero. Thank you, my dear. Would you be willing to accept another quirk? Another. Izuku looked in surprise from the laptop to the doctor. People can have more than one quirk? It's another aspect of our research, Dr. Tsubasa said. It's gained less traction than helping the quirkless, but it's still an interesting research topic. How strange. What would the second quirk be? Izuku asked, studying the dark laptop screen as she asked, as if it could give her any clues into what Sensei was thinking. It's called All for One, Sensei said. It allows the user to take quirks from or give them to others. I had no idea a quirk like that even existed. Izuku's mind was stumbling over itself with the possibilities. I've read plenty of internet theories that a quirk like that existed, right at the beginning of when quirks started appearing, but nothing concrete. Supposedly it was the quirk of an evil mastermind. To have the power to decide who does and doesn't have a quirk would be. Izuku paused. Wait, if this is a quirk you could give me, wouldn't that mean that you had to have a DNA sample from the original holder? So, did the evil mastermind actually exist then? Dr. Tsubasa raised his bushy eyebrows. An impressive deduction. But careful, my dear, that evil mastermind you speak of is Sensei's great-great-grandfather. Izuku froze. I didn't mean anything by it, she said immediately, waving her hands in front of her face. Really, I don't know much about it at all, just what I read on the internet. Be patient, my friend, she didn't know. I am aware of how the media has slandered my ancestor, Sensei said soothingly. The doctor settled back, his mustache bristling. Truly, Sensei continued, and this felt like it was directed more at Izuku, he was trying to better the world. You see, he was born right at the advent of quirks, and very many people hated the quirks they were born with, as they saw that they were turned into monsters or their quirks were too dangerous and uncontrollable. So he would take their quirks from them, when they requested, and give them to people who wanted to use them. So a type of equality? Izuku asked, connecting the dots immediately. Where people could choose their destiny. Precisely. I'm glad you see it that way. Many people saw it otherwise, that my ancestor was manipulating people into following him. They destroyed him for it. He had a noble goal, but others misconstrued his intentions and prevented him from helping. I found my grandfather's work and I wanted to continue it, but that terrible accident from a few years ago has greatly limited my movements. So when I found the doctor's work, I knew I had to help, in whatever way I could. I donated some of my great-great-grandfather's DNA, and Dr. Tsubasa was able to recover the quirk factor from it. So, young lady, would you be willing to continue my grandfather's work, with his quirk? Izuku's mind was reeling. Give me the power to give or take away quirks? Her voice was a squeak. As part of the tests we've already run, I've already confirmed the likely results of giving you this quirk. You're compatible, so it won't be a problem, Dr. Tsubasa said. But, me? I'm not, Izuku trailed off. She wasn't anyone. But didn't she want to be? You will get there. I have faith in you. And the doctor and I will be beside you, guiding you. Izuku looked from the speaker to the doctor and back again, still in shock at their belief and trust in her. Izuku Midoriya, I believe you should be the next wielder of All for One, Sensei said. She couldn't disappoint Sensei. And she could help people this way. Izuku nodded. I accept. Katsuki had been playing video games with fingers and wings before Mom had kicked them all outside for some air. Stupid hag. Now he had to figure out what he wanted to do. Aside from play video games. Neither Fingers nor Wings had any good games at their houses, so that wasn't an option, so the three of them were stuck wandering around. Hey! Fingers was looking at his phone. All Might is taking down a villain not far from here. Let's go! It was a better suggestion than anything else they'd come up with, so Katsuki and Wings jogged after Fingers as he led them a couple of blocks away. They could hear the sounds of fighting as they got closer. Whoever the villain was, they were doing some extensive property damage. Lately All Might had been working in and around Mizutofu City, and Katsuki was secretly thrilled that he'd gotten to see some of his fights up close. Honestly, it was more confusing there were still any villains in the area at all. None of them ever stood a chance against All Might. This villain wasn't any different. He had some sort of gigantification quirk and had smashed up a few buildings, trying to get rubble to throw at All Might, but it hadn't done him any good. Katsuki and his followers had just come into view of the fight proper, and then All Might was leaping into the air, pulling his arm back. One punch, almost faster than Katsuki could see, and the guy was out. Amazing! Katsuki didn't hop around in excitement idiotically like those two extras did, though. He surveyed the damage instead. This was worse than a lot of All Might's takedowns. At least one of those office buildings would need to be evacuated. It looked like it was ready to start crumbling any moment. In fact, as Katsuki watched, a piece fell off, and there were kids there, about to be crushed. In an instant, Katsuki had blasted his way over to the kids, positioned himself under the falling debris, and let his quirk shine, using it to obliterate the large chunks of rubble. Small pebbles rained down around them instead of large chunks of buildings. Both of the kids were screaming and clutching at his legs. "Thank you, mister. Thank you. You saved us. Let go of me." Katsuki snapped. "We need to move, damn it." Couldn't they tell they were all in danger? The way Katsuki's wrists were aching after that blast, he wasn't too sure if he could do that again. "Oh, my babies." A crying woman grabbed the two kids off of Katsuki's legs, and started tearfully thanking him as she followed him away from the destroyed building. "That was some quick thinking, young man." A police officer clapped Katsuki on the shoulder as he walked by. "I won't tell you off for using your quirk without a license this time, okay?" He went off to cordon off the area around the building. Katsuki scowled. Why hadn't the police gotten people away from the building earlier? What had taken them so long? Fucking incompetent. How can I ever repay you? The woman was still following Katsuki, both her and her children crying. Maybe don't leave kids that small unattended while there's a fucking villain attack going on? Katsuki growled, and stalked off to rejoin Fingers and Wings before she could do more than look dumbfounded at his response. Wow, that was so cool. Your quirk is so strong. Both Fingers and Wings were right, but did they have to be so annoying about it? Yeah, of course it fucking is. Come on, let's go. Katsuki could have sworn All Might was watching him from beneath those heavy brows. Hopefully he'd seen Katsuki save the kids, and didn't remember him from the slime villain incident. Katsuki had managed to shake Fingers and Wings off so he could walk home alone. Neither of them had been able to talk about anything other than the villain attack, so Katsuki had told them to piss off so he didn't have to listen to them repeat themselves again. Young man. Your assistance, please. Katsuki whirled at hearing the familiar voice. Huh? All Might? What are you doing here? I wanted to talk to you for a bit. Do you have a minute? Yeah, sure, Katsuki said, as nonchalantly as he could. This was fucking All Might, talking to him, in person. I saw you save those children, and I have to say, you were very heroic. There are stories about every hero. Most of them had one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think, almost on their own. And today, that's what happened to you. Young man, you can become a hero. Now, I'm sure you've always wondered what my quirk is, correct? Katsuki shrugged. It's some fucking strength quirk, he said. But there's not much more information than that. If he found out what All Might's quirk was, he would definitely make sure Deku knew about it, rubbing her nose into the fact that even with all of her notebooks and hero analysis, she still hadn't found out about the quirk before him. It is indeed. There's more to it than that, though. My quirk is called One for All. It's a quirk that is passed down from user to user, strengthening as it's passed down. I've been looking for a successor to take my quirk, and I think that successor should be you. Will you take my quirk and become my successor? Katsuki thought about this. He didn't like the idea of having All Might's help to become the strongest hero. It was a bit like cheating. Of course Katsuki would become the strongest hero if he had both Explosion and One for All, hard work aside. Hell, he'd been planning on being the #1 hero with just Explosion. And Katsuki didn't like the idea of anyone saying that his successes were handed to him. On the other hand, if All Might were to have a successor, it might as well be Katsuki. Even All Might could see he had potential. It made sense, of course, because Katsuki was the best. It was just good to hear that confirmation from All Might himself. Katsuki opened his mouth to answer, but All Might doubled over, coughing, and then disappeared in a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, a man stood in his place who resembled a skeleton more than All Might. In fact, it was a skeleton he'd seen before, at the convenience store. The guy who'd told him he worked with heroes. What the fuck? Are you some sort of All Might imposter or some shit? Katsuki readied his quirk. He'd blast this guy to shreds if he needed to. No, stop. I can explain. The tall, skinny man held his hands up, warding off Katsuki's attack. I was in a bad villain attack several years ago. It destroyed my body, and I can only stay as All Might for 3 hours a day now. Most of the time, I'm just like this. Fuck, even All Might's tone had changed. It had gone from brash and loud to soft-spoken. But it was the same voice even so, Katsuki had to admit. It's why I want to pass on the quirk, to be honest. I can't keep doing this, not for much longer. I can't stay All Might, the #1 hero, forever. Katsuki stared in silence at the blonde skeleton in front of him, lowering his hands. All Might sighed when Katsuki didn't respond, and leaned back against the wall behind him. He took a handkerchief or something out of his pocket and coughed into it. As he put it away, Katsuki was pretty sure he saw blood stains. Fuck, that must have been some villain to do this to All Might. Sure, Katsuki said finally. I'll be your successor, and take your quirk. What happens now? All Might lifted his head, and Katsuki saw the unmistakable blue gleam of his eyes. Now we train. You're already strong, but One for All is a powerful quirk. Your body needs to be ready to receive it. Katsuki scoffed, but he wasn't stupid enough to turn down one-on-one training with the #1 hero. This would be worth it. Katsuki surveyed the trashed beach, doubting everything he'd ever thought about All Might. You want me to what? Clean up the beach. All Might said jovially, in his muscular form again. Katsuki didn't know when he'd get used to the dramatic switches between All Might, Katsuki's childhood hero, and Skeletor, the figure that should only exist in nightmares. He kept coughing blood regularly too, which was disgusting. Fucking fine. Training starts after that? Katsuki asked. This is the training. Katsuki grunted, picking up a tire and carrying it over to the truck All Might had pointed out earlier. Because I'm picking up different varieties of trash and getting a workout that way, right? Right. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the enthusiastic thumbs up and too bright smile. All Might's personality was well suited to the media, but up close it was a lot to deal with. And you're helping out the community by cleaning up the beach. This used to be a beautiful shoreline until trash started accumulating. Katsuki barely resisted rolling his eyes again. Now All Might was sounding morose like Katsuki's old man. Katsuki didn't care much about community service. He just wanted to beat villains up. All Might continued, unaware of Katsuki's thoughts. It's unlikely you'll be able to get the whole beach cleaned before the entrance exams, so I'm only asking you for a certain section of the shoreline, but by the time you're done with it, you'll be ready to receive my quirk. Fucking watch me, Skeletor. I'll have this whole fucking beach cleaned. Great. Such drive. I'll check in with you regularly, then? Whatever. Katsuki had always known that most people were stupid, but the older he got the worse he realized the situation was. None of the kids in his class ever had an original idea of their own. Katsuki had always been able to verbally outmaneuver any of his teachers to avoid detention after using his quirk to let other kids know to stop messing with him. His mom, well, she could be plenty scary, but that didn't make her smart. His dad was so touchy-feely it sets Katsuki's teeth on edge. And now All Might. All Might was so strong he could punch villains into the stratosphere. So why the hell would he use up those precious 3 hours he had, or he could be doing hero work, to sign autographs and speak to the media? And he always pushed over his limits. It was stupid. Katsuki had tried to broach the subject with him one day. Katsuki was cleaning up the beach like he'd been told to do, and he was working out and eating according to that stupid program All Might had given him without any cheating, and All Might still saw fit to follow him around, like as if Katsuki would be slacking when he had the #1 hero relying on him to become his successor. So Katsuki was throwing trash around while being followed by a 7-foot-tall skeleton. What a weird fucking way to train to be a hero. Why the fuck do you spend so much time on those losers? He asked next time he was out of breath and needed a short break. He folded his arms over his head to try to get the stitch out of his side. What losers? Who are you referring to? Katsuki looked over to see if All Might was seriously asking that question. All those fuckers you insist on signing autographs for, or taking pictures with, or shit like that. That shouldn't have needed to be clarified. Skelly might spat blood in surprise. You're calling my fans losers? Yeah, duh. You only have 3 hours a day to stop crime in Japan. Why do you ever spend any of it signing autographs? There's more to being a hero than beating up villains, young Bakugo. Katsuki preferred the lower energy, more down-to-earth version of Skelly Might, but he still hated when the man took that patronizing tone, like he was talking down to Katsuki. The public needs to see All Might, and needs to see that he cares about them. That's the way to win the hearts of the people. That's the reason why I'm the #1 hero. And I can't be everywhere all of the time. If the people see me out and about, and approachable, that'll motivate others to do good as well. Katsuki scoffed. Like that answer made any damn sense. He was the #1 hero because he was the strongest, and he won every fight, and put the most villains away, not because of some popularity contest. If you're not careful, Endeavor is going to surpass you, Katsuki said. Endeavor himself was a good argument in favor of putting villains behind bars instead of signing papers for snot-nosed brats. No one really liked him, and he was still #2. He just couldn't match All Might in sheer strength. Well, I'll have to retire soon anyway. Probably before you become a pro. And I don't think it'd be so bad if Endeavor became #1. He's worked very hard for where he is. Sure, whatever, Katsuki muttered. Back to picking up trash, which made sense even if it was monotonous and fucking boring. Sir? ᴚᴅ-ᴅᴜ looked up to see Midoriya holding a stack of papers out to him. The reports are all done, she said. Thanks. You're getting faster and faster at this, you know. And his officers were finally learning how to properly fill out reports, too, thanks to Midoriya's diligence. Originally they hadn't minded an intern doing their work for them, but they had found out that she was still in middle school, and now all of the officers had a quiet competition going to make sure that their reports weren't the ones that got handed back for corrections. ᴚᴅ-ᴅᴜ didn't like that they clearly could have done the work correctly all along and had chosen not to, but it was improving now, and that's what mattered most. One of the officers in charge of the martial arts classes had found out that Midoriya was quirkless and had spread around the station. ᴚᴅ-ᴅᴜ had made it clear to the officer that he'd have him relegated to writing parking tickets the rest of his career if anything like that happened again. ᴚᴅ-ᴅᴜ couldn't afford to have an officer acting on his prejudices like that. It worked, and all of the other officers had followed suit not to pick on Midoriya either. No one seemed to be bothered by her quirklessness, and she was teaching all of them to write better reports. To be honest, Tsukachi had been worried that Midoriya's quirklessness would have been more of a problem, but after the one incident, it really wasn't. It helped that Midoriya had that awkward charm and sincere optimism that made her impossible to dislike. In a way, she was becoming the station mascot. If ᴡᴇʟ was too busy to supervise her, one of his officers, often Sansa, would take her on ride-alongs and show her police work that way. One evening they'd even had her join them in going to eat dinner at their favorite late-night breakfast joint. I checked them twice. ᴡᴇʟ came back to the moment as Midoriya spoke up. She always seemed concerned that ᴡᴇʟ thought she wasn't doing a good job. There really don't seem to be as many mistakes as there used to be. Good. So she had noticed that the officers were improving at report writing. That means they're learning. We'll have to bring you in during the day sometimes so you can teach day shift to write reports as well. ᴡᴇʟ joked. I can come in on the weekend sometime. Midoriya said earnestly. She hadn't caught that he was joking, but most people didn't. We'll think about it. ᴡᴇʟ checked the reports, then handed them back to her. Go hand these back, then I'll update you on our mystery robbery case, okay? Okay. Midoriya said, taking the reports and leaving his office. ᴡᴇʟ started opening the files on his computer they'd need, but stopped when he felt his phone buzz. He took it out of his pocket and checked it. Toshi, how do you connect to children? ᴡᴇʟ, what do you mean? Toshi, no matter what I say to young Bakuya, he just rolls his eyes at me. ᴡᴇʟ, from what you've told me, he's a very opinionated teenager, it'll take time to get through to him. You'll get there, don't give up. ᴡᴇʟ had never met Bakuya, but from Toshi's descriptions of him, he seemed like, well, explosive, like his quirk. It made him question the perfect record he had in school. He'd also noticed that Midoriya and Kagu went to the same school. He wondered if the two knew each other, but there was no way to bring it up without making someone as smart as Midoriya suspicious, either about All Might's secret or that she might get replaced. That low self-confidence was tricky to work with, sometimes. Toshi, how did you get through to your student? ᴡᴇʟ had told Toshi a bit about Midoriya in general terms, gently skirting the fact that she was quirkless. In fact, ᴡᴇʟ would have suggested Midoriya to receive one for all instead of Bakuya, but he hadn't realized how soon Toshi had planned on telling Bakuya about the quirk. Midoriya had most every quality ᴡᴇʟ would have wanted to see in the next #1 hero, and he still wasn't so sure about Bakuya. But that's not how it had turned out, and he wasn't entirely upset about keeping Midoriya as his own mentee, either to join the police force or to become a hero in her own right, something he had full faith in despite her lack of a quirk. ᴡᴇʟ, she's a more polite child, that's all. Toshi, so no secret to this? ᴡᴇʟ didn't interact with children much, but he was pretty sure there wasn't. And he didn't know Bakuya very well, either. ᴡᴇʟ, you're the one who wanted a fighter, after all. You just didn't realize everything would be a fight. Smiley face. Toshi. ᴡᴇʟ, you saw the promise that Bakuya has. It'll just take some time to make it a reality. Toshi. ᴡᴇʟ, you got this. Go beyond. Toshi, plus ultra. Toshi, thank you, friend. That always worked to cheer Toshi up, which amused ᴡᴇʟ to no end. ᴡᴇʟ looked up when Midoriya came back in. All done, he asked. Yep. She nodded briskly. Let's get started. It's pretty exciting, Tsukachi said, bringing up the files for someone named Tsumori. I think I found the lead thief of the operation. I can't be certain, of course, but his body type matches, and I found him talking to the driver, Hanzo Taniguchi. Which, by the way, both of us need to start trusting your instincts, Midoriya. I asked for the security footage from the bank you mentioned last week and saw Mr. Taniguchi scoping out the area. He met Mr. Mori outside, before he went in. What's the thief's quirk? Izuku asked, thrilled that her guess seemed like it might have helped, but uncomfortable that the detective had attributed it to instinct, since it really hadn't been. He can grow bones from his forearms, almost like short swords. And it says here that he works at a junkyard. So, Izuku reflected on the case, so he's probably where they're getting the different cars and license plates, then? Yeah, seems pretty likely. The detective seemed fairly animated today. So if we know where he lives, can you go arrest him? Careful, Midoriya. We haven't seen any proof of him actually committing a crime, have we? Well. Can you at least go talk to him? Maybe he knows where the others live? Or we could at least rule him out? Some of the officers had investigated the driver's address, but it was old. The man had moved and hadn't updated the paperwork, it seemed like. ᴬᴇ shook his head. No, that'll just scare all of them deeper into hiding. Now we need to try and figure out when they're going to rob the bank and be ready for them. How can we do that when we don't even know how the surveillance quirk works? Izuku asked. Or, could we use the previous robberies to figure it out? There were a couple of ATM robberies where the woman looked like she told them to leave early just like the other cases, before they took all the money. Exactly what I was thinking. We can use those to get a distance on the efficacy of the quirk, and then have police and heroes posted just outside of that range and ready to take action if anything happens, or if our theories about that quirk are wrong. All of the other robberies took place without many people around, so it's pretty likely it won't be when the bank is busy, right? Yes, and all of the other robberies happened within 2 weeks of the driver scoping the area out, so we hopefully won't have a huge window of time to work with. Izuku and ᴬᴇ continued hashing out their plans, and by the end of the hour they had a pretty good idea of the range of the woman's surveillance quirk and had picked out a discreet spot for the officers to wait. ᴬᴇ also had Izuku help him with a brief he had to present to his supervisors as a request for the additional manpower. Continual surveillance takes a lot of coordination, after all. I can't just tell officers what to do without any oversight. That makes sense. Alright, so we have a plan. Shall we call it a day? Seems as good a time as any. Izuku did still have homework to do, after all, and she couldn't think of anything that the detective had missed. I'll walk you to the bus stop, ᴬᴇ said. Izuku had learned that there wasn't any point in telling him she was fine waiting for the bus herself. He agreed, and then waited with her anyway. You have a lot of homework to do tonight? ᴬᴇ asked as they waited. Not a ton. I have a science report I have to finish, that's really the big thing. Oh yeah? What's it? He broke off suddenly. Izuku looked up at him, and followed his gaze across the street to see ᴠᴇᴜ, the drunk that Izuku had seen the first time she'd been in the station, staggering along the road, yelling at passers-by. Given the way people were trying to avoid him, he was definitely making them uncomfortable. He's a bit of a menace, isn't he? ᴬᴇ said, frowning. He doesn't look drunk enough for me to bother getting anyone to pick him up though. He'll have metabolized all the alcohol by the time we can actually get him to a breathalyzer. The combination of that durability quirk and the fact that he's wealthy enough to get bailed out every time we do actually take him into custody really makes him a difficult case. Something clicked for Izuku. Are people like that the reason why you always stay at the bus stop with me? Yes, the detective answered promptly, watching ᴠᴇᴜ walk off. I can handle myself, you know, Izuku said, a bit miffed at the detective's quiet insistence that she couldn't. Yes, I know. But people like that can be dangerous. And knowing you, you'd give them all of your pocket change and try to convince them to change their ways. He was smiling, but Izuku felt herself bristle a bit. What's wrong with that? Nothing, not really, but your mom would skin me alive if she knew that happened when I was supposed to be supervising you. And helping people isn't always as simple as giving them pocket change. You're a good kid, and I don't want to see you get hurt. Izuku couldn't disagree with that. She sighed, and ᴬᴇ chuckled at her consternation. Izuku? Is that you? Mom called from the kitchen when Izuku got home. Izuku always thought it was kind of funny that she did that. Who else would it even be? Yeah. Izuku called back, going into her room to drop her stuff off. You're home late again? It was phrased as a question, with hesitation in Mom's tone. Izuku sighed, leaning her head against her doorframe. This. Again. Yeah, I was at the station, she said, with as light a tone as she could manage. Are you sure the detective is okay with you staying so late? Mom asked. Yeah. Izuku had tried to explain before that ᴬᴇ got so fixated on cases he probably would have been more unhappy by the distraction of Izuku leaving than anything, but it hadn't worked. Mom had just become more concerned that he'd be so focused on the case that he wouldn't keep Izuku safe. even though the two of them were sitting in a police station the whole time. "Are you sure?" Mom asked, as Izuku knew she would. "Yeah," she responded. There wasn't any point in continuing the conversation. It wouldn't change anything. "Hey, I'm going to go on a run, is that okay? I thought you worked out at the station gym already?" Mom sounded almost alarmed at the prospect of Izuku going running. She still wasn't fully on board with Izuku training to become a hero. She'd agreed to change the food she cooked to help Izuku, but the concept of working out, or learning how to fight, were still uncomfortable to her. "Running is good cardio. I need that for training." Izuku had worked out at the station. Officer Sansa had even shown her how to use the rowing machine. She didn't even want to go running right now, but if it would get her away from this. "Sweetheart, it's already after dark. I'll have my phone on me," Izuku protested, finally walking into the kitchen. Mom shook her head, frowning over her shoulder at Izuku as she stood in front of the stove. "No, sweetheart, I'm not comfortable with that. Dinner's about to be ready. How about you just take a break tonight?" "I don't need a break, I'm fine," Izuku insisted. "You're pushing yourself too hard, sweetie," Mom said gently. "I'm fine," Izuku repeated. Mom sighed sadly, but continued preparing dinner, not looking at Izuku. Izuku chewed her lip, watching her mother work. "Okay, I'll take a break," Izuku relented. It meant Mom would be asking her questions about school, probing while trying to seem like she wasn't. Things had been tense since Izuku had admitted how problematic Bakugo was at school. "Thank you, sweetheart," Mom turned and gave Izuku a small, worried smile. Izuku did her best to smile back, grudgingly. "Yeah, of course. You actually managed to get here on a weekend?" Tsukachi asked when Izuku came into the station next Saturday morning. "Oh. Yeah, you said it would be a good idea, so I convinced my mom to let me." Obviously she'd checked with the detective that he'd be working first, so she wasn't sure why he seemed surprised. "It gets me out of the house, after all," she finished lamely. She didn't really have anything else to do. All of her homework was finished, and the doctor had finished the last round of shots she'd need for All for One last week, so she didn't have to visit the lab either. "Well, that's good then. I know you just got here, but I think I'm ready for a break. Want to get breakfast?" Izuku had already eaten, but it seemed like all of the police officers considered eating at their favorite breakfast spot as a sort of sacred rite. "Sure. Great. I'll get my coat and keys, maybe some of the officers can join us." Halfway there, he got a phone call and put it on speakerphone. She'd realized he only did that with people he knew wouldn't cuss. "Detective Tsukachi," he said. "Detective, a truck just crashed through the bank and into the vault that you had under watch. Officers and heroes are already moving to apprehend the villains." "Your hunch was right." "What?" Izuku had never seen Tsukachi grin like that. He smoothly switched lanes and U-turned, speeding up. "I'm en route." "What's your ETA?" 7 minutes. Izuku knew just enough about the city to know that it should take longer than that, but she felt herself pressed back into her seat as the car sped up even more, the detective smoothly moving around the other vehicles. They ended the call. "If they can catch the villains," Tsukachi said as he continued navigating the city traffic, practically flying under a yellow light, "we'll have the chance to interview them and figure out if this was their whole team, or if there are more people we need to be worried about and what their target was. Unfortunately, I'll have to leave you in the car. If it's looking like it'll take too long, I'll give my keys to one of the officers and have them drive you back home, alright?" "Okay," Izuku said. Would this actually be the end of the case? It felt like they'd worked forever on it. She desperately wanted to know all of the reasons for why the villains were robbing these stores. Was it just for the money, or was it for something more? Izuku stayed quiet as the detective moved through traffic. "I'm going to park a bit away from the bank, alright? That way I'm sure you're not too close to anything." He had gotten them to the bank at warp speed. "Stay in the car, you got that?" Tsukachi said. He didn't wait for Izuku's response, unclipping his seatbelt, opening the car door, and stepping out onto the street in one smooth movement. He shut the door and took off running towards the bank. Izuku leaned over to the driver's side and clicked the lock button, then sat back again. This was the most exciting boring thing she'd ever experienced. Or the most boring exciting thing? She wasn't sure. What was she supposed to do, now? She couldn't see anything from where the car was parked. And she definitely wasn't going to be getting out of the vehicle. As much as she liked watching hero and villain fights, she knew that would get Tsukachi in a lot of trouble if she left the vehicle. Izuku decided to check the news on her phone for any articles on their case yet when the car unlocked itself about 6 times in succession, as if Tsukachi was spazzing out and clicking the button multiple times. What? Someone slammed into the driver's side door and hauled it open and collapsed into the seat, jamming the key into the ignition and starting the car. The woman had already started the car moving back onto the street before Izuku could even register what was happening. And, even worse, Izuku recognized the driver. It was the woman with the mystery surveillance quirk that the detective thought was part of the team of criminals who'd been robbing the bank, Akari Nakamura. What was Izuku supposed to do? What was she supposed to do? The woman was so busy checking the side and rearview mirrors for pursuers she hadn't noticed Izuku yet, but that was going to change soon. Sorry, but... I'm here? Izuku managed. The woman screamed when Izuku spoke, and the car swerved dangerously in its lane for a couple of seconds, earning honks from the other vehicles around them. Izuku was slammed into the door even despite her seatbelt before the woman straightened the vehicle and sped up even more, looking desperately between Izuku and the road. Why are you here? Ms. Nakamura yelled. Who are you? What are you doing? Izuku's phone vibrated in her hand. It was the detective, calling her. Hang on, hello? Izuku answered. That wasn't how she was supposed to answer. This was an emergency. She needed to tell the detective what was wrong. He started talking before she could. Midoriya, get out of the car if you can. Get out of the car now, go stand in a convenience store, she stole my keys, you have to. Who is that? Ms. Nakamura asked sharply. It's the detective, Izuku said, whose car this is. Midoriya, who are you talking to? Tsukachi asked, his tone very serious. Midoriya, where is the car, where are you? Give me the phone, Ms. Nakamura was holding her hand out. The car was shifting back and forth in the lane again as she tried to watch Izuku and the road. It's Ms. Nakamura, Izuku said, she wants to talk to you. Yeah, I damn well do, now give me the damn phone. Do I give her the phone? Izuku didn't want to cave to everything a villain said, but it did seem like a smart idea to let the detective communicate with her. She's not driving very well. Oh, fuck off with the snarky comments. Ms. Nakamura yelled. Please. Tsukachi's voice sounded tense. As soon as she had the phone, she shrieked, why the fuck do you have your child in the car with you while you're on a case, into the microphone, holding the phone to her mouth in one hand while jerking the steering wheel with the other. Izuku couldn't hear the detective's response, and there was no way the woman was listening as she wove through traffic. Please be careful, Ms. Nakamura, Izuku asked as the seatbelt locked, keeping her from slamming forward onto the dashboard when Ms. Nakamura braked firmly on the next lane change. She sped up as soon as she was around the other vehicle, the acceleration pushing Izuku back into her seat. It was a much more frantic version of Tsukachi's driving from earlier. Luckily, Izuku's experience with her quirk had toughened her stomach so she didn't think she was going to vomit. No, Ms. Nakamura said, shaking her head as she spoke into the phone receiver, don't try and sell me that shit, you and I both know that's not how it's going to end, you can't tell me it'll end okay, I know it won't, I know. She fell silent for a beat. Izuku watched her expression, studying her as the detective talked to her. She looked worried as she piloted the car rapidly around, eyes darting around, watching the traffic and checking her mirror. And she looked scared. Don't give me that bullshit. The woman screamed into the phone at whatever the detective was saying, tears in her eyes. I'm gonna get out of this damn country, one way or another. I am not going to get locked up again. Can I have the phone back? Izuku asked. This didn't seem like it was going well. Please? Shit, fine, take it. She threw the phone back at Izuku as she cut a truck off to enter the highway. The sound from the horn faded into the distance behind them as she took the shoulder to dodge around a slower vehicle. "Hi, detective," Izuku said, gripping the phone carefully to her ear. "Midoriya, are you alright? Why did she give the phone to you?" "I need to." "Yeah, I'm alright. Can I talk to her?" Izuku asked. "What?" Tsukachi said. "Can I talk to her, for a bit? I don't think she's a bad person." "Midoriya, I understand you want to save people, but I need to keep you safe. Please give the phone back to the villain. You're not here, right now, though." "You can't keep me safe," Izuku pointed out. It was a bit harsh, but true. Ms. Nakamura snorted a laugh at it as she continued to navigate through traffic. "Can I talk to her for a bit? I'll call you back in a few minutes." Tsukachi was quiet for a second. "I don't have a lot of options. Please, be careful, Midoriya." "Thank you," she said. "You got a bleeding heart?" "I'd have hung up on him anyway," Akari said. "Why does a police detective have his kid in the car when he's on a case?" "I'm not his daughter," Izuku said. "Then what the fuck are you doing in his car? Were you planning on stealing it too or something?" "No. I'm working with him on this case." "They got 12-year-olds acting as cops now?" "I'm 14. And it's an internship." "Wow," the woman said derisively, "so they start kids as snitches early now, huh? What does that mean?" Izuku realized she shouldn't be explaining herself to a villain, but it was like she couldn't help it. "I'm learning about policing from him. I'm going to be a hero, so I'm learning how policing works." "Oh, great," Ms. Nakamura said drily, "I've kidnapped a baby hero cop. I'm going to get the electric chair if they catch me." "Wonderful." She turned her blinker on as she crossed 3 lanes to exit the freeway. "What?" One car honked its disapproval at their evasive maneuvers. "All of the tabloids," she continued, talking as much to herself as to Izuku, "will read evil villain kidnaps hero hopeful. How could she? Death penalty. Death penalty for Akari. And no one will ever realize it's only because your dumb little snitch ass was sitting in my getaway vehicle." There was a car sitting at the red light in front of them. Akari went up over the curb and onto the sidewalk to avoid the car and make a turn. Izuku coughed, covering up her surprised laugh. Somehow, even though the woman was insulting Izuku, it didn't really sting. But Koku calling her a nerd bothered her more, even if nerd wasn't as much of an insult. "No one thinks I'm a hero hopeful," she corrected the woman. "Bull. Shit. You want to be a hero? Anyone who does anything to try to get in the way of that is the devil incarnate. I know how the media works. I was born quirkless," Izuku snapped, then softened her tone. "No one sees me as a hero. Only my mom and the detective would even notice if I were gone. Well, and Dr. Tsubasa and Sensei, as well, but otherwise no one would care." Also, maybe she shouldn't have said that, seeing as she was currently stuck in a car with a villain, but hopefully she was right that Ms. Nakamura wasn't actually a bad person. "Oh," Ms. Nakamura said, momentarily speechless. "I'm sorry." Her driving had slowed down noticeably. There were more cars around, and they weren't on the freeway anymore, so she couldn't drive as recklessly. Izuku didn't respond, unsure of what to say. She'd asked the detective for the chance to talk to Ms. Nakamura, but the conversation wasn't going like how she'd wanted it to. "Honestly, though," Ms. Nakamura continued, "being quirkless is better than some alternatives." "Fuck, I wish I were quirkless." Izuku blinked. That immediately reminded her of the all-for-one quirk, and what Sensei and the doctor had talked to her about a few weeks ago. If this villain didn't want her quirk, wouldn't it be fair if she didn't have one? "Why don't you want your quirk?" Izuku asked hesitantly. Ms. Nakamura frowned, not answering Izuku's question. "Is this the detective's personal vehicle?" "Yeah, I think so," Izuku said. Why do you ask? Less likely to have any trackers or anything in it, Ms. Nakamura said, as she pulled the car into a parking garage. It looks like we weren't followed, so that's good. Turn off the phone and give it to me, so I know you aren't turning it back on. Yes, Ms. Nakamura, Izuku obliged. I'm kidnapping you, kid. Please just call me Akari. She parked the car haphazardly and got out, walking to Izuku's side of the vehicle and opening the door. Okay, Ms. Akari. Izuku had to struggle for a second with getting the seatbelt to unlock before she could get out. Just Akari. Akari grabbed Izuku's shoulder and steered her towards the exit. Yes, ma'am. Kid. From the parking garage, they went quickly into an alleyway between industrial buildings, Akari's eyes glowing the whole time they were outside, until they got to the back entrance of a dilapidated building. Inside, up the stairs. I'm really sorry about this, kid, but I have to use you as leverage. I gotta get out of Japan, okay? It's okay. Why do you have to get out of Japan, though? Akari blew a breath through her nose. There's no point in telling you. She pushed Izuku up the stairs. Izuku climbed carefully, not sure if the stairs would give out under her weight or not. We can spend a few minutes here. This apartment isn't listed under my name and I made sure no one around this area ever saw my face. There's no point in not telling me, Izuku countered, looking over her shoulder. Is it because of your quirk? Akari glared at Izuku, and her eyes flashed luminescent blue for an instant. It's pretty, that's it. No, it's something more, isn't it? Izuku pushed. You were the whole key to the success of the robberies, weren't you? The woman snorted. You think you're clever, don't you? She unlocked a small door and gestured for Izuku to enter. Izuku did, looking around what she was guessing was Akari's home. It was small and cluttered, with old takeout boxes stacked on the kitchen counters and clothes thrown over the couch. A couple of pairs of shoes and dirty socks were scattered on the floor. The sink had a perpetual slow drip. Izuku watched it as she responded to Akari. Izuku shrugged. It was more the detective's idea than mine, really. But it fits. How does it work? Akari's lips thinned, but she turned away, grabbed a bag, and started stuffing clothes into it. It's called emotion detection. Within a given radius, I can tell what the people around me are feeling. If I know a person well, I can tell what they're feeling a lot further away. My eyes glow when I activate it, so that's what my quirk was relabeled as. Izuku thought about that, wishing she could write this down in her notebook. She had a lot of questions, but first, with a quirk like that, how did you not know I was in the car? I wasn't paying attention to what was inside the car, the woman yelled defensively, stopping her frantic packing long enough to glare at Izuku. I figured there wouldn't be anyone in the car. I just pickpocketed the keys as the guy ran past and ran to get away. It wasn't like you were all hyped up and easy to sense or something. I'm lucky your cop buddy didn't actually get a look at my face. It must have been the people running after me who clued him into what I'd done. That makes sense, Izuku said. Human error, then. That's still an amazing quirk. It's a curse, she said darkly. She frowned as she picked a sweater off of the floor that looked like it had ramen spilled on it. She dropped the sweater and moved off. Izuku said. Why? Something in Izuku's tone must have sounded off, because Akari squinted at her. I don't need any judgment from a snot-nosed brat like you. You have no idea what I've been through. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I've always thought quirks were fascinating, even if I didn't have one, so it doesn't make sense to me why anyone would want to get rid of their quirk. Akari huffed out a breath. It's not any of your damn business, you know that? Oh, yeah, of course, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to pry. It's just, you know. You're kidnapping me to help you get out of Japan, and it all seems a bit haphazard, maybe? I don't really understand what's going on. I'm sorry. Akari sighed, straightening, ignoring Izuku's rambled apology. Fine, I'll tell you. She gestured with a hand. Sit. Izuku did as she was bid, gingerly avoiding the mysterious stain on the couch. Akari sat on the coffee table facing Izuku, leaning forward, her elbows on her knees. My quirk is emotion detection. But my brother's was thought detection. Izuku noticed the past tense, but let her continue. Essentially, he could read minds. That quirk was way too tempting for the Japanese government. They officially had our quirks relisted as weak, minor quirks, and they weaponized the two of us, using him to ferret out secrets anytime a foreign national came into the country, and me to sniff out any assassination attempts or anything similar. I was trained as an operative, and would even assassinate people when it was needed. My brother would point out people who were a danger or had hard copies of classified information, and our handlers would tell me which ones to take. We wanted to get out and have our own lives, but the downside was that it got harder and harder for him to shut out other people's thoughts the more proficient he became with his quirk. Eventually, it drove him insane. I didn't realize how bad it had gotten. So, we got out, and were hiding in the city, trying to find a way to escape, and he couldn't handle it. All the people around him. The noise. Everyone's thoughts. Said it wasn't ever quiet. Before I could even figure out how to get us out of the city and into the country, Akari looked away, tears in her eyes. She sniffed, rubbed her sleeve against her nose, and continued. Ate a bullet. She shook her head, as if trying to get the memory out of her head. But I still have a target on my back. Government still wants me back. Hell, the Hero Commission does, too. Feels like there isn't anyone who isn't after me. I figured if I could get out of the country, maybe I could start a regular life? I needed money to do that, so I joined up with Mori and Taniguchi, and we devised this whole plan to steal enough to leave. First couple of robberies worked out really well, and I thought I had a chance. But the goalposts for me leaving kept changing. Taniguchi kept on saying we could aim higher, and higher, and I don't know, kid. I'm a bit stuck right now, you know? I don't know how to get out. It doesn't feel like I have a chance for a happy ending anymore. She leaned back, looking at the ceiling. Because every time I use this fucking quirk, she said, blue eyes glowing brightly, it really was a pretty effect. I think about my brother, and about him dying because of his quirk. And even when I try to get out, and get away, I can't stop using it. Like you said, it was the crux of the robberies and our getaway plan. It's useful. I'm useful because I have it. She looked at Izuku steadily, her nose red and eyes puffy from the tears she was holding back. I'm tired of my quirk putting me in a box. Of putting me in danger. I'd like to be without it. She took a breath. I know that it'll just put me in another box, but grass is always greener on the other side, right? I'd like to try it. You ever heard the rumors from when quirks started appearing? About some guy with the ability to take people's quirks away? She pushed off of the coffee table to go back to her packing. Yeah, I have. Izuku squeaked. Akari didn't seem to notice her sudden nervousness. She picked up the remote from off the back of the couch and clicked the TV on, muting it and changing it to the news. Izuku guessed that she was watching to see what the media was saying about the bank robbery. Akari watched it for a minute as she continued. For a while, I actually thought about trying to contact him. They say he's still alive and operating, just not as freely as he used to. Because of heroes like All Might. But I decided things were too shady. I'd just gotten out of one bad situation, Didn't immediately want to throw myself into another by asking this weird crime boss to do me a favor. I still wish I'd gotten rid of this damn quirk though. Probably too late now. Do you mean that? What? Akari squinted at Izuku, eyes shining briefly. Do I mean I want to get rid of my quirk? Yes, I do. Why do you ask? I don't know, that seems strange. That someone would want to get rid of their quirk, You're nervous, all of a sudden, Akari said, eyes still glowing, taking a step towards Izuku, packing forgotten. Why? Do you know something about this guy? What? That sounds totally absurd. Izuku scooted away, hands up defensively. How would I know someone like that? That's just crazy, you know? Oh, kid, come on, now. I can tell you're lying. But that's not your quirk. It's close enough. I know you're nervous about something. Akari's eyes were still glowing. I might know someone. It's not. It's not who you think it is, Izuku admitted. But it still doesn't make sense why you'd want to get rid of your quirk. If who can erase quirks for good, please, you have to tell me. I can't stand having this damn thing anymore. Akari was staring earnestly into Izuku's eyes. She looked like she wanted to take Izuku's hand in pleading, but she didn't. Izuku chewed on her lip. This was what she had been given all for one for, wasn't it? To help people like Akari? But could she trust Akari with this? It seemed like had never even been given a chance to be a good person, immediately taken advantage of because of her quirk. It was different from the prejudice that Izuku faced because she was quirkless, or what the two villains Izuku had given her groceries to had faced, but wasn't it just another aspect of society, being labeled by your quirk and never being given an opportunity to be anything different? Akari noticed her hesitation. Kid, you're acting awfully suspicious right now. What's going on in that head of yours? Like I said, I might know people who can help you, Izuku finally said. But you'd have to promise not to tell anyone about it, okay? Akari tilted her head, watching Izuku suspiciously. Her eyes were bright enough they were actually lighting up her eyelashes. Yeah? Keep talking. I won't tell your secrets to anyone. So I said I was born quirkless, right? Izuku quickly recapped her experiences with the doctor and sensei. So I have this quirk that could maybe take your quirk? But it's not shown up yet, and I don't really even know how to activate it. But maybe, if you go to the lab with me, Dr. Tsubasa can help you? I'm sure he has something to get rid of quirks. This sounds sketch as shit, kid, Akari said bluntly when Izuku had finished her rambling story. Izuku cringed. But, she huffed out a breath, fuck, yeah, that sounds better than some of the other options I got. She leveled a look at Izuku. That means I'm not going to be turning myself in or anything though, you got that? You think you're gonna be okay with that, hero hopeful? Izuku nodded, and thought for a second before putting her words together. I want to save people. I don't think that putting people in prison is always helpful. I think sometimes people just need a second chance. Akari rapped Izuku on the top of the head with her knuckles. You've got a good heart, kiddo. She found a pad of paper and a pen and handed them to Izuku. Write down the information, I'll decide if I want to check it out or not, okay? Alright. Izuku complied as Akari continued packing. Izuku saw her pack both knives and a gun, shoving them into her small duffel. Oh, hey, Akari said as she took the paper from Izuku, read it briefly, then stuffed it in her pocket. You don't happen to have any cash on you, do you? I don't have anything from the robbery gone wrong, and I am starving. Yeah, I should. Let me just get my wallet. Izuku patted her pockets, her concern growing when she didn't find her wallet anywhere. I don't know where my wallet is? Akari laughed. Sorry, kid, old habit. Here, she tossed the wallet back to Izuku. One of my favorite things to do is take someone's wallet and then make them look for it. Oh. Izuku caught her wallet. You're really good at that. I never even noticed. She opened up her wallet to take her cash out, holding it out for Akari. The woman didn't take it, instead looking at Izuku like she'd grown a second head. No, baby girl, that was just for the joke, don't worry about me. Do you have money for food? Izuku asked, still holding out the cash. Not really, but... Then take it. I don't need it as much as you do. Shit, you're the nicest little hero cop out there, aren't you? Akari didn't protest again as she took the cash and tucked it away. Key to the car is in your other pocket, by the way. Izuku took the car key out and stared at it, then Akari, stunned. How did you do that? Akari shrugged. You know. Spy shit. That didn't explain anything, but Izuku didn't press, even though she wanted to. I'm gonna disappear now, so go ahead and go back to the car and call the detective, alright? Will you go to the lab tomorrow? Akari shook her head. I'm not sure, kiddo. Like I said, it sounds sketch. But, yeah, I might. I really thought Taniguchi was my way out because of that illusion quirk, but, damn. Yeah, that's probably for the best, Izuku said. That way, if the detective asks me if I know where you're going, I can say I don't. You could either way. You know that, right? You can lie to people. Izuku shook her head. The detective's quirk is lie detection. He can tell if people are lying or not, Izuku explained to her. Akari raised her eyebrows and hissed, "You're going to tiptoe around not telling the full truth to a human lie detector? Kid, you are crazy." For some reason, all Izuku could think to respond was, "He's nice. It's fine." Akari rolled her eyes. "He's a cop. He works for the government. That's the enemy, here." Izuku hesitated before responding. Akari wasn't completely wrong. To people who had been branded villains like Akari, Tsukachi was a bad guy. He would put her in jail for the robberies, even though she'd only been doing them to get away from people who were much worse. His job didn't allow him to be lenient with people like this. He's not a bad person, though. Akari shrugged, letting it go. Go sit in the car, then give me 5 before you turn your phone on and call your detective buddy, okay? Okay. Good luck, whatever it is you decide to do. Sure, kid. Toodles. Izuku went back to the car and settled herself into the front seat, slowly counting to 300 before clicking her phone on. Once it had started, she called Tsukachi. The detective picked up on the first ring. Midoriya? Hi. The villain left, I'm in your car. I have the keys, too. Where are you? Are you hurt? Tsukachi asked. No. I'm okay. Izuku gave him the address. She heard his muffled voice as he repeated it to someone else. Stay on the phone with me. We're coming to pick you up. You're sure you're okay? Did she hurt you? No, I'm fine. The detective's voice sounded strained. What happened with the other 2 villains? Arrested. Let's talk more about what happened with you. That was Akari Nakamura, right? Do you know where she went? Yeah. She said she pickpocketed the keys off of you and stole your car to get away. She didn't see me sitting in the front seat until I told her I was there. And no, she didn't tell me where she was going. A thought occurred to Izuku. Does your quirk work over the phone? She realized how that sounded and backpedaled immediately. Sorry. That was just a thought I had. I didn't mean anything by it. Yes, it does, Tsukachi answered, sounding unconcerned and distracted. Sit still, keep the keys with you. We're going to stay on the phone, but I have to contact your mother and let you know you're safe. You already told her? It made sense, but Izuku really didn't want to deal with her mother's many emotions right now. But I'm fine. Midoriya, Tsukachi started, then trailed off instead of continuing that thought. We're about 7 minutes from you, okay? Just sit tight. Okay, Izuku said. She sank down in the car seat, already dreading having to talk to Mom about this. She turned on her speakerphone in case the detective spoke again and dared to open her text messages. Mom had messaged her several times, with clearly increasing panic. Izuku sent a quick "I'm fine. Can't talk right now" to her to try to delay the inevitable as long as possible. Soon enough, Izuku heard sirens. Sirens? They weren't picking her up with lights and sirens, were they? This really wasn't an emergency. Izuku waited for them to pass the garage, but they turned in, the sound of the sirens amplified by the close cement walls. Tsukachi was out of the police car before it had parked, trench coat billowing behind him as he walked to his car. Izuku saw Sansa in the driver's seat turn off the car and the sirens. A second police car followed the first. ᴬᴇᴟ opened the driver's side door and sat in the car before Izuku could figure out if she should get out or stay where she was. "You're okay?" he asked her again, looking worried as he started the car up. "Yeah," Izuku responded, only realizing now that the detective must have hung up their phone call when he saw her in the vehicle. She put her phone away. "This is a bit much, isn't it?" It was almost embarrassing, really. It's not like Akari had hurt her or anything. "No, not really," the detective said shortly. Izuku jumped a bit when she heard a knock on her window. It was Sansa. ᴬᴇᴟ rolled the window down for him, and he rested one elbow on the door, studying Izuku. It was hard to tell with his features, but he looked worried, too. "You all right?" he asked, too. "Yeah. I'm good." How many times would she have to say that? "Not scared or anything," he smiled slightly. "No? She wasn't really a scary villain?" "She stabbed 2 officers, stole a vehicle, and kidnapped a minor," ᴬᴇᴟ interjected. "Oh," Izuku said softly. The stabbings made sense, considering what Akari had told Izuku of her background. "Will they be okay?" Should be, Sansa said, frowning at ᴬᴇᴟ. "Well, seems like you stayed pretty calm and collected through all of this. You're tough stuff." "Oh. Thanks," Izuku said, unsure of how else to respond. "You want an escort back to the station?" Sansa asked the detective. "Yes, just follow us though. Get people to canvass the area. Look for where Nakamura might have gone." Izuku said. Her apartment was nearby. She didn't want to endanger Akari like that, but the detective would be suspicious if she didn't tell him as soon as there was an opportunity. She told them where it was. "Thanks. You did good, kid." Sansa straightened, speaking into his radio, relaying that Izuku was safely recovered and the directions he'd been given. "Let's get you back to the station," ᴬᴇᴟ said to Izuku. "Your mother is already there. We'll have to ask you some questions for the sake of the case, but your mother will be there with you, okay?" "Does she have to be?" Izuku asked, then winced when she realized how whiny she sounded. "Yes," the detective answered shortly. He waited for Sansa to get into his vehicle before slowly pulling out of the parking garage. "She ran your car over a curb," Izuku told the detective as they drove at a safe, legal pace back to the station. "That is the least of my concerns, right now." He still seemed tense, almost angry. Izuku wasn't quite sure what was wrong. "At least we solved the case," she started hesitantly. She wanted to tell him what she'd found out about Akari's quirk, but now didn't really seem the time. "Not fully," he responded. He sounded disappointed. "Sorry," Izuku said. She'd sort of gotten in the way of things, hadn't she? "You have nothing to be sorry for." He was frowning out the windshield, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands. "Are you mad at me?" "No." "Oh. I'm sorry." She shouldn't have asked. She knew she should probably keep quiet, but was unable to with the tense atmosphere in the vehicle. "You have not," the detective repeated, then stopped himself, glancing quickly at Izuku before refocusing on the road. "Ah," he said, relaxing noticeably. "I'm not angry at you. I'm not angry at all. I'm just worried, that's it," he explained. "Even if you are safe now, I'm still the one who put you in danger in the first place, and that. I don't much like that." He enunciated the last words clearly, emphasizing his distaste. "I should have been more careful. It's only because I brought you to the scene and she was able to take my keys that you were in danger at all." That made some sense, at least. Izuku managed to keep quiet the rest of the drive. "Come on," ᴬᴇᴟ said when he'd parked at the station. "You'll have to answer some questions since Nakamura is still on the run. Your mom will be in the room with you." "She doesn't have to be. It'll probably just stress her out more, really," Izuku said. ᴬᴇᴟ smiled briefly. "Yes, she does. She's your legal guardian. You're a minor. You can't be questioned by the police for a case without a legal guardian present." Izuku sighed and followed the detective into an examination room. Izuku had never had the chance to watch an interrogation. She wasn't even sure if the detective would let her, but she hadn't ever wanted to be the one being interviewed. "Oh, my baby." Mom leapt up from where she'd been sitting and hugged Izuku as soon as she was in the room. "Are you okay? Are you hurt at all?" She was crying. Izuku hugged her mom back, privately wishing Mom could deal with something, anything, without crying. "Yeah, I'm okay." Mom didn't seem inclined to let go, so Izuku continued, "Let's just start the interview so we can go home, okay?" Mom sniffed and stepped away, wiping her eyes. "Okay." Once they were all seated, Izuku noticed that the detective had grabbed a tissue box at some point and was edging it towards Mom, and Tsukachi said, "All right, let's start from the beginning. Go ahead and tell me what happened." Izuku recounted the events of the day carefully, mentioning as much as she could remember of what Akari said and did while keeping out her own involvement. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow when Izuku got the part where Akari wanted to get rid of her quirk. "Well, that might give us some leads on where she might go then. Do you know why she let you go?" Izuku had to be very careful here, not mentioning her part in this. "I'm not really sure, actually. I pointed out that her plan for getting out of Japan didn't make much sense. She told me to go sit in your car and then she left." "Did she tell you any more of what she was going to do?" "What?" Briefly, Izuku panicked, though she did her best not to show it. "What do you mean?" If she asked him a question, then she wouldn't be answering, so even if he was using his quirk on her, it wouldn't register anything. "Did she mention any other plan for how she intended on leaving Japan?" "Oh, no. No, she didn't say anything." "Okay. Did she threaten you at all during your interactions?" Izuku thought about it. "No. Her driving was the biggest threat, honestly." Tsukachi ducked his head. Izuku was pretty sure he was hiding a smile. He seemed to have relaxed quite a bit. "Anything else you can think of?" Izuku stared into the detective's brown eyes for a beat before answering. "Was he using his quirk on her, or not?" "No," she said, as nonchalantly as she could, "not that I can think of." The detective raised an eyebrow, his pen hovering over his notes. "You sure about that?" "Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh. Wait. Well, she's a pickpocket. Well, you know that because that's how she got your keys, but, she pickpocketed my wallet, too, and I never even noticed. Until she asked me for cash, of course, and then I couldn't find it, of course, and then she gave it back to me, because apparently that's a joke she likes to play on people, and... Well, I gave her some money anyway?" Izuku winced, certain that the detective would hear all of her rambling and just know something else was up. "Izuku, baby, you've got to be more careful. You can't keep doing things like that." Mom squeezed Izuku's hand. Izuku hung her head. Tsukachi shook his head ruefully. "One day, we'll work through your habit of trying to help out anyone who tries to do you harm, but it's clearly not today." He closed his notebook, and Izuku almost cried from relief. "How about I drive you two home?" Izuku was staring out the window, mentally writing the email she would send to Dr. Tsubasa when she got home about Akari not wanting her quirk anymore, when Mom, sitting in the front seat of the detective's car as he drove them home, spoke up. "Detective Tsukachi." Mom's tone of voice alone brought Izuku out of her reverie, alarmed. "I think we need to talk about this internship." Tsukachi was quiet for a beat. "Of course. Please, continue. I don't like that this happened under your watch. I don't think I want my daughter to continue this police work." "I understand." "What?" Izuku almost yelled. "No. It was an accident, it's not like it's something that's going to happen again." Mom turned in the seat to look back at Izuku, her lower lip trembling but her expression determined. "Can you guarantee that, detective?" Mom asked, facing forward again. Tsukachi paused again, meeting Izuku's eyes briefly in the rearview mirror. "No, I cannot. I mean, it's not like it's super likely it'll happen again. I'll be fine." This doesn't concern you, Izuku, Mom said. She didn't look at Izuku this time, instead studying the detective's profile as he drove. I'm your mother, it's my job to keep you safe. And I don't think this is keeping you safe. Don't cut me out of this conversation. Now Izuku was near tears. Nothing bad even happened. It could have, Izuku. It could have. Do you realize that? Mom was openly crying. That villain could have killed you. Izuku almost rolled her eyes. But she didn't. I'm fine. You always see the worst in everything. You're always overreacting. Izuku. I am not overreacting. Just calm down for once. Maybe you'll finally see that things really aren't as bad as you always think they are. Be quiet. Mom shrieked. Izuku snapped her mouth shut, shocked. Mom continued, more quietly now. I will make the final decisions when it comes to your safety. Even if it isn't what you want. Izuku slammed herself back into her seat, holding back everything she wanted to scream. Mom wasn't sorry. She wasn't sorry at all. She'd never wanted Izuku to be a hero because it could be dangerous, and now she didn't want Izuku learning anything about police work because it could be dangerous, too. How was Izuku ever supposed to learn anything like this? How about we table this conversation for a week, and then see how we feel, the detective asked softly into the strained silence. We can all discuss it when we're a bit removed from the situation. Of course, Detective, Mom said. Thank you. Izuku didn't say anything, determined not to cry, her hands gripped so tightly into fists she could feel her nails cutting into her skin. Izuku walked as quickly to the lab as she could. She'd written a time down for Akari to meet her in Dr. Tsubasa that was around their usual meeting time, and she was almost late. Mom hadn't wanted her to leave the house the day after her run-in with Akari, but Izuku had finally convinced her that she wouldn't be in any danger on a simple walk. Hey, kid, a voice said. Izuku yelped. Akari, out of nowhere, was walking next to her. Calm down, kiddo, act cool, Akari cautioned Izuku, ducking her head down so her baseball cap kept her face from being easily seen. Sorry. Izuku said sheepishly. You just appeared out of nowhere. Akari grinned, looking at Izuku out of the corner of her eye. I'm a trained operative, remember? How did you know where I'd be? They were close to the lab, of course, but it's not like they were in sight of the building or anything. This is the most likely path between the subway station and the lab. Figured this is the route you'd take. Oh, Izuku sighed. It made sense, she just hadn't thought about it. Most people are pretty predictable, if you know what you're looking for, Akari explained. That's cool. Izuku told her. So what's the deal with this place? Akari asked. Why can't I find anything about it on the internet? Funding, I think. They're not really trying to advertise themselves. It takes some work to manage a website, apparently. Yeah. Akari's eyes shifted to Izuku's face again, studying her. And you're taking me to this magic doctor person and mysterious phone man and they're just going to help you take my quirk away? Yeah, although that's a bit of a dramatic way to describe them. It'll probably just be Dr. Tsubasa today. Sensei is busy a lot of the time. Creepy as shit you call him sensei, Akari said bluntly. Oh. Well, that's what the doctor calls him. Apparently he taught the doctor all about quirks. Doesn't make it less creepy, actually, Akari muttered. So how much does this doctor know about me? I might have told him you were a villain? Izuku winced. But he's really understanding, he's okay with it. They'd made it to the door of the lab. Izuku held the door open for Akari to walk through, she surveyed the empty waiting area. No receptionist? No, Izuku said, there used to be one, but apparently the doctor ran out of funding to afford one. Yep, Akari said. That checks. She had an odd tone, her eyes lighting up briefly, but she didn't give Izuku a chance to ask about it. So, where to? This way. Izuku pushed through the door to the doctor's office. She knocked twice before opening the door, smiling at the friendly doctor. "Hi, Dr. Tsubasa. This is Akari, the person I talked about who doesn't want her quirk anymore." "Ah, yes, of course." The doctor got up to shake Akari's hand in a two-handed grip. "What an unfortunate fate. We will, of course, do everything we can to help." "Sure, thanks," Akari said, pulling her hand away and shaking it slightly. "Before we go any further, I just need to confirm you're sure you want to get rid of your quirk?" Dr. Tsubasa asked Akari carefully. "Yes, I am very sure," Akari nodded. "So how does this work?" She sat down heavily in one of the chairs in the doctor's office, crossing one ankle on the opposite knee. Dr. Tsubasa and Izuku sat as well. "Well, actually," the doctor said, turning to Izuku, "how about you try out your new quirk and see if you can't help your friend?" "Oh, I'd love to," Izuku said, "but I haven't been able to get it to manifest. This quirk is really difficult to get to work, honestly. Can we call Sensei and ask him for help?" The doctor bristled his mustache. "Unfortunately, no. I'm afraid Sensei is busy right now." But, he returned to his desk and picked up a piece of paper. "I did ask him some questions about the quirk, so this should be able to help." "Wait," Akari said, holding up her hands, looking between Izuku and the doctor. "So you were quirkless, and now your quirk is taking other people's quirks? Honestly, that's a bit 0 to 100, isn't it?" Dr. Tsubasa harumphed. "I believe that Izuku is responsible enough to deal with a quirk that has such power. Not my real concern, but sure, whatever." Izuku beamed at the doctor, thrilled that he and Sensei had so much faith in her. Akari didn't seem to trust the doctor and Sensei, though. Izuku guessed that made sense considering her personal history. The doctor ignored Akari and turned to Izuku. "Sensei said that his ancestor wrote some notes on his quirk because it was near the advent of quirks and people were trying to understand everything they could about quirks. He said that it was a standard emitter metapower, but that it was easiest to manifest when in physical contact with the intended target, as quirks can only be taken or given by physical contact." Akari shrugged and held out her hand. "Makes sense to me." Izuku blinked at the outstretched hand, then down at her own. It did make sense that Izuku couldn't manifest the quirk earlier if she had to touch her target. It wasn't as if she was going around trying to steal quirks haphazardly. Izuku took Akari's hand. The woman's grip was firm, her fingers warm. Izuku slowed her breathing, and then searched for her quirks. First was the one from her mother. There was the slight pull in her gut, and it was almost like she could feel all of the objects in the room, so that even if she closed her eyes she could tell where everything was. Right. And now for All for One, which would be based in her hands. Finding a new quirk was so nebulous, like coming up with a color that didn't exist. But eventually Izuku did start to get a sense of something. It made her fingertips start to burn, just a bit. She opened her eyes. The surprise at seeing her fingers glowing with a green light was enough that she stopped, losing control of the quirk. "Hey, you had it, for a second," Akari said. "I did." Very good, Dr. Tsubasa said, taking notes. "The quirk is green for you, which is interesting. It was red for Sensei's ancestor, so perhaps the color is based on eye color? Interesting. Go ahead and try again, see if you can't truly take the quirk." "Okay," Izuku said, looking to Akari for confirmation. The woman nodded, steadily holding Izuku's gaze. Izuku closed her eyes again and called up All for One again and tried to feel for Akari's quirk. It was almost like it was something that was wrapped around her, that Izuku had to untie and take away. It was an odd sensation, but soon enough it was over. Izuku shook herself, opening her eyes. Akari took her hand away, flexing it. "Huh, it is gone," Akari mused. "Weird. I feel lighter, almost." She focused on Izuku. "You want to test it out on me?" "Oh, okay. Let me see." She focused, trying to figure out how to trigger this new quirk. There it was. She could feel Akari next to her. It was in a different way than how her first quirk worked. "You're relieved and nervous?" And a bit sad, she said. Yeah, you got it. Do watch out for the glowing eyes, though. It looks cool on you, but it'll be a dead giveaway that you have a quirk. Thanks. And now Izuku actually could believe that Akari meant what she said about wanting to get rid of her quirk. Akari's relief was sincere. Izuku didn't know if anyone could fake their emotions in such a way that emotion detection couldn't catch it, but she guessed it would be difficult. Izuku blinked a couple of times, deactivating the quirk. Is there any downside to your quirk? What happens if it's overused? Izuku asked. Just a bad headache, thank goodness, paired with some light and sound sensitivity. So I wasn't driven insane, like my brother was. The headache goes away after a few hours. That's not so bad then. Just one more thing, before I leave, this quirk isn't as invasive as my brother's, but if people find out you're using it on them, they usually consider it a bit of an invasion of privacy. She clicked her tongue. It's stupid, because most people's faces tell you what they're feeling anyway, but that's how people are. I'm sure it depends on the degree to which Ms. Midoriya uses the quirk. She certainly won't go delving too deeply into a person's psyche, after all. Dr. Tsubasa exclaimed, a bit horrified. Akari shrugged. Yeah, but most people don't think like that. Anyway, she said, standing up, I gotta head out. Still running from the police, after all, and I just got rid of my early warning detection system. You're leaving already? Izuku asked the woman. Yep. She reached over and ruffled Izuku's hair. Here, you dropped this. She handed Izuku's wallet back to her. Gotta go, so toodles. She was gone before Izuku could say anything else. For some reason, I thought she'd stay longer, Izuku said sadly. She wasn't sure when, or if, she'd ever see Akari again. The doctor's mustache bristled. She's right, though. She's on the run. Speaking of, should you be hurrying home before your mother starts to worry? Izuku sighed. Too late for that. By maybe 14 years. But, yeah, I guess. Izuku stood up. Thanks, Dr. Tsubasa. Of course, my dear. Stay safe. Once the doctor was alone in the building, he sat back down at his desk, opened his laptop, and called Sensei. Sensei didn't bother with a greeting. He'd been listening to the whole thing. There were microphones in every room in the building for that purpose. Your student is quite precocious, isn't she, doctor? There was a cool edge to his voice. Bringing in such a highly sought-after villain to our lab, for the express purpose of stealing her quirk for her own. How many organizations are after that woman? Was that the police force, the Hero Commission, and the Japanese government? Yes, sir, Dr. Tsubasa said, wincing. If that woman had had a tail on her, they would have investigated the lab, and that would have been, well, not damning, but certainly inconvenient. Sensei could easily recover from little slip-ups like that, and had before, but he didn't enjoy it. I'll make sure that. You'll make certain that that woman is taken care of. Yes, sir, of course, I will. But if you see, Midoriya is making great progress, she. Do it quietly, Sensei said sharply, putting an end to the doctor's protests. Move the lab. And make certain your little project knows not to do anything to put us in jeopardy again, is that clear? Yes, sir. Dr. Tsubasa took a breath to say more, about how Midoriya was doing exactly what they wanted her to, just not with the targets they would have picked themselves, but he stopped himself. Sensei had made it clear he wasn't willing to listen right now. Good, Sensei said, his voice warming fractionally as he heard the doctor acquiesce. I will say that your recovery from this little surprise was good. Be sure not to give Ms. Midoriya any signs that things are amiss, and that her new little friend isn't outliving the life she always wanted. Yes, sir. Do I need to say anything more on the subject? No, sir. Good. Sensei was quiet for a beat. The doctor shifted uncomfortably in his seat, waiting for what Sensei would say next. Try to find where the body of the brother is. See if the quirk factor can be recovered. Thought detection could be a valuable quirk for some of our next moves. So, my dear, I am sorry, but I will be having to move the lab a bit further out of the city, Dr. Tsubasa finished explaining, wringing his hands, fuzzy eyebrows pulled together. It was a couple of days after the incident with Akari, and Izuku was disappointed to hear that the doctor would be moving just as soon as she got another quirk and had figured out how to use all for one. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. As am I, the doctor said. But, unfortunately, research like this really depends on grant money, and if it's not there, he spread out his hands helplessly. I'm not independently wealthy, sadly. Yeah, I get it. There really was no other way about it, no matter how sad Izuku was about it. But I do have enough data for a research paper, in large part due to you, so thank you. I didn't really do much. Izuku insisted. I sort of just showed up? But I'm glad I could help. Absolutely. And we'll stay in touch, of course? Feel free to email anytime. Perhaps we can schedule some appointment in the future that works around your school schedule to check up on your progress once or twice a month. Sensei and I look forward to seeing how you use all for one to shape your world. Thank you. Izuku checked the answers on her math test again. Once she was finished, she carefully laid her pencil down, making sure it didn't make any noise. No one else had turned in their test yet, so Izuku didn't want to be the first. She hadn't found anything to change to any of the answers. Well, that meant she was either very wrong or very right. She took a deep breath and forced herself to focus on the best-case scenario. It wasn't easy. She glanced at the clock on the wall. 15 minutes left. That was too much time left for her to have taken this whole math test twice, right? Before she could get anxious and start changing her answers for the sake of changing them, she shut her eyes and activated emotion detection. It wasn't very honest of her, although it wasn't like she was cheating, but if she used the quirk, and could tell that the other students were calm, it reassured her that she probably knew what was going on, too. She tested using the quirk at home first, of course. The glow from the quirk had different levels. The more she searched through someone's emotions, or the farther she tried to feel for people, the brighter her eyes glowed. If she kept her eyes closed, though, nothing would show through. The other students all felt focused, but almost no one felt unduly stressed about the test. A few people were even daydreaming, so they were probably finished with their tests early as well. So it was probably a fairly easy test, which gave Izuku some confidence that her answers were reasonable. Izuku had been surprised, after getting emotion detection and using it on her classmates, how often Bakugo was distracted and thinking about something else, instead of angry like she'd always assumed. Like right now, for example. His emotions, usually a bit muted unless he was particularly angry about something, didn't feel like everyone else's as they worked on the math test. It was almost like his anger was due to him being upset at his thoughts being interrupted more than anything else. Izuku wondered if he'd always been that way, or if it was because he was focusing on trying to get into UA. His two closest friends were struggling with the test. Their fear was palpable. That was strange, and definitely new. Bakugo used to smack the two of them over the head, yelling what they needed to know until they'd gotten it. They'd never been top students, but they had been middle of the pack and they were dropping now. Izuku wondered if Bakugo had stopped helping them. And if so, why? The bell rang. Izuku deactivated emotion detection and opened her eyes as the teacher called for their tests. The question of Bakugo's changing relationship with his two least hated classmates wasn't something Izuku was going to try to find out about. The Izuku of a few months ago probably would have been worried, and would have wanted to help, but to be honest, Izuku hadn't really minded the relative distance that had grown between the two of them. Sure, Izuku could see that he'd make an amazing hero, but he had made it clear he wanted nothing to do with her. And she could honestly tell Mom now that Bakugo wasn't picking on her much anymore, so Mom had one less thing to worry about. In theory, she'd worry no matter what. At the end of the school day, Izuku left quickly to find a place where she could practice her quirks. Mom had asked Tsukachi for an extended hiatus despite Izuku's protests, so it wasn't like she could do that anymore. And Dr. Tsubasa had moved the lab already, so it would be a lot more difficult to visit. So Izuku was on her own these days, mostly. That was okay. She was used to that, anyway. It was how she'd grown up. But now she had three quirks, so she really was doing so much better than she ever had been before. She'd learned how to use her telekinesis quirk well enough now that she could float off of the ground for a while. The next thing she was trying to do was teach herself how to use the telekinesis quirk and emotion detection at the same time. That was proving trickier than she thought. Izuku wondered if Sensei's ancestor had been able to use multiple quirks at once.